Good afternoon, good evening, and possibly good morning, everyone. This is Matt Orozco here, editor-in-chief of Macabre Daily, and you are all here as part of our first ever Stream-A-Thon. Yeah, round of applause. So, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to everyone that's not only on the stream now, but all of the people that are participating in today's presentations. Everyone is a contributor of Macabre Dailies, save for a couple people. We have a few special guests here, but everyone is pitching in their time on a weekend to do this, all for a good cause. And so I just want to take a moment and say thank you to everyone that's not only joining the stream and participating by viewing, but also everyone that contributed some content to today. So please take a moment to give everyone just a nice long round of applause. All right, so why are we doing this? Well, I think it's pretty safe to say, particularly for those of us that are in the US, that things have been pretty tough this year, not just this year, but even last year. And some of the folks that are most affected by some of the things that are happening in the world today are our LGBTQ plus folks. And in the horror community, we know first and foremost that we are nothing if not better because of our diversity and our inclusivity, both in how we show up in terms of the horror that we create, but also the perspectives that we bring to genre that allow us to understand it and interpret it. And for our LGBTQ folks here in the US alone, over 500 anti-LGBTQ plus bills have been introduced at both the state and the federal levels. What this essentially means is that there are more attacks on their rights than any other group in the United States in this moment, possibly even immigrants, obviously also facing their own challenges here. And one of the things that we believe here at Macabre Daily is that these things are wrong and that we should be doing what we can to support those that not only need support, but also those that help make our community better and richer. So we are donating all of the proceeds and there's no profiting from this because surprise, as the editor-in-chief, I can tell you, Macabre Daily doesn't make money. We lose money, but that's okay because we're not here for the money. We're here because we want to try to do some good. And some of the good we would try to do here is raising money for the Trevor Project. And if you're not familiar with the Trevor Project's mission is they are the world's largest suicide prevention and mental health organization for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning young people. And with extremely high suicide rates amongst that group, it's really important the work that the Trevor Project is doing. So you may have heard of them before. If so, amazing. But we want to do some good by them today. So that's a lot of what you'll be supporting. So you'll be able to donate throughout the course of our stream today. You can use the QR code up here on the top right-hand side of the screen to donate and get involved. Also, if you go to our website, macabredaily.com, there will be a article front and center that has all of the information about the stream, has buttons you can use to donate, and also has a schedule of the events that we're going to be going through today. So please share with those that you'd like to share it with, join in on the fun. And if you're watching this already, thank you for being here. Please, I hope you're engaging in the comments, both on our YouTube as well as our Instagram feed. And if you're not here yet, we hope to see you at some point soon. So what are we going to be covering today? Well, we've got a really exciting list of presentations for you from a host of our different contributors here at Macabre Daily. So in about 9 minutes or so, we're going to have B. Dolores, who's going to be presenting their pitch for Halloween Returns. And they're going to provide a new and fresh take on the Halloween lore that will divorce itself from Michael Myers. So I know a lot of folks were a little, let's just say enjoyment varies with the most recent Halloween trilogy. And given that it's such a stalwart amongst the horror genre and particularly one of its most popular franchises, we want to see what else can be done there. So B has put together a fantastic presentation that will showcase not just what this new version of Halloween could look like, but also who would be involved at the casting level and how the themes and the lore of the franchise might permeate into a new version of the film. After that, we're going to have a roundtable discussion hosted by our very own Brian Finity, or Scared Sane on Instagram, if you probably know him as. He's hosting a Father Figures in Horror roundtable along with two amazing gentlemen, Paul DeVrier, who is one of the writers of one of our favorite films of last year, Meat Kills, who's also an extremely talented video game writer himself, has contributed work for things like Silent Hill 2 remake, as well as the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. And Brian is also joined, along with Paul, by writer-director Martin Melnick, whose outstanding film Lily Lives Alone is now streaming on Shudder from Dark Sky Films. Martin, Brian, and Paul are all fathers, and so they're going to be sharing not just their perspectives as dads in horror, but also some of the themes and the topics that emerge from genre that are really relevant to that of fatherhood. So really excited to see what they put together, especially as I'm a childless person. I always am keen to understand the experience of others that I don't live. So really excited for Brian's presentation and appreciate Martin and Paul making time to have this conversation. Then our third block after that, starting at 3:00 p.m. Eastern, is going to be hosted by yours truly. I have got a presentation about gods as monsters in horror, where we'll be just looking at what the different versions of god monsters exist in genre, why they scare us, what commonalities they might be between them, but also maybe what's lacking in terms of representation. So I had a lot of fun putting this together, and I only wish I had more time to do things like that, because I find that those kind of research and presentation is so much fun. But so is watching horror movies. So, you know, pick your poison, right? After my presentation, I am so excited to have Ryan Fitzmartin joining us to do a overview of what's next for Resident Evil Requiem. And if you've been living under a rock or you don't play video games, then you probably aren't aware that Resident Evil 9 has been released over the past few months. It's been not only one of the best reviewed games in the franchise, but one of the best selling. It combines the best of both worlds in terms of what we've seen from the third person experience that Resident Evil has been known for, but also the new version, or the new direction it's taken, rather, to become a first person point of view game. And Ryan, as our resident Evil fan and guru, perhaps, is going to talk a little bit about not just what he thinks is coming up with the DLC, but how perhaps the previous DLCs might give us an inclination into what's coming in the future. So really excited for that, as someone who's also a gamer and loves the Resident Evil franchise. So excited for Ryan's presentation. And then our fifth block is going to be hosted by none other than our very own Sean O'Connor. Now, Sean O'Connor, he is the editor of our Paper Cuts column, and he is going to be giving us a presentation around what are the best British horror films from 1958 to 1976. So Sean not only is a master of the macabre on the page, but he's also a big fan of English horror and British horror in general. So I go to him when I want recommendations for my Hammer Horror movie night. So Sean's got a great list of films to put forward. Sean, if you've ever heard or listened to Sean, he's wildly entertaining. So really excited to have his presentation. And then our last block is going to be hosted by Brian Finnerty and Doa Magdi. Now, Doa is another one of our contributors who also runs a festival, Horror in Seconds. It is one of the only film festivals that I'm aware of, particularly for horror, that focuses exclusively on mobile phone filming and is expressly for the BIPOC, non-white community to contribute towards. So Doa is also a somatic yoga instructor, which means that she has keen understanding of how our body and our emotions are connected. And she'll be joined by our resident horror therapist, Brian Finnerty, to talk a little bit about the intersections of mental health and horror. And I think that this is a topic that we simply just can't hear enough about, because it happens in almost every other movie we seem to watch these days. So many movies are about mental health. So many movies are about the intersection of those two things. And so many of them use horror as a metaphor to relay things like trauma, things like anxiety, dementia, all host of the things that we fear that will erode our capacity to think. So really excited to have Doa and Brian do a roundtable discussion about that. And I believe they even gathered some questions from folks that are online, or folks that are online before this. So hopefully they'll be able to do some kind of response and call back to see some of the things that people wanted to hear more about. So as we end my vamping, as you may have noticed, I'm trying to buy myself some time here, because we've got this opening 15 minutes. As we're getting ready to, again, get started with the presentations, I just want to remind everybody that you can donate using the QR code up here at the top right, or you can donate by going to macabredaily.com. So without further ado, give us a bit of a transition time, and we'll be back with B. Dolores's presentation. All right, folks, while we're waiting for B to join here, I'm going to do a little bit more vamping. As to be expected with these things, there's always going to be some potential for um, issues, but that's okay. You know what? We persevere, we proceed. Um, I don't know what everyone else is drinking or sipping on at this moment. I am currently non-alcoholing it with a Monster Energy drink, which I'm sure is going to give me some form of really strange cancer. So, nevertheless, it'll keep me awake, but at what cost? Well, I am now going to pipe down because we are joined by B. Dolores, who is going to walk us through their pitch for Halloween Returns. So, B, can you hear us, see us?
Yes, I can.
Lovely. Well, B, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for putting this presentation together. And I'm going to disappear for a moment, but leave it to you to introduce yourself, and I'll be behind the scenes here helping with the slideware.
Thank you so much, Matt. All right. Hey, everyone. I am your Halloween BFF for the afternoon. So, I really wanted to kick this off. I really wanted to present my idea for a Halloween sequel as a pitch deck. Now, if you've followed me for any amount of time online, you'll know that I love the Halloween franchise. Even like Halloween 6 and Resurrection, there are things that I like about those films. So, for a little context, I grew up in the 90s in a very small town in West Virginia. So, Halloween H2O was such a formative film for me as the first Halloween film and horror movie that I ever saw in the theater. Even to now, like it holds such a special place in my heart. Um, but as much as I love Halloween H2O and some of the other sequels, there's no sequel has ever gotten the essence, the true essence of the shape. Even Halloween 2, which I'd watched as a kid on VHS. So, as you can see here on the first slide, the log line says, the shape has become an urban legend, and a sleepy Virginia town comes face to face with pure evil. So, my whole idea with this is to really strip everything away and make the shape scary again, basically. Now, on the next slide, you'll see that I kind of look out at a broader lens of what the shape is in a more modern context. You know, the shape has become an urban legend, and the kids tell ghost stories around the campfire about, oh, if there was a murder 20 years ago at a town, a couple towns over, where kids were killed and the killer vanished without a trace. So that's kind of where I started with this idea. And, you know, as with most urban legends, there's always a grain of truth in there somewhere. So the original story and idea comes from, in a way, it references the original, but there gives no like geographical like information or anything. It's just that the shape appeared one Halloween, killed a bunch of teenagers, and just vanished. So in my idea, the town is Greenwood, Virginia. So I live in West Virginia, and I got this inspiration from Cherry Falls. If you've seen it, early 2000s slasher. We don't get a lot of slashers set in or around West Virginia. So I really wanted to focus on what a real small town is like. Now, I love the original Halloween, but even that suburb felt much bigger than what um, like a lot of suburbs are. Like in if you're living in West Virginia or Virginia, really small suburbs are very, very even smaller. So I want to look at how claustrophobic that really is within Greenwood, which is just a run of the mill, you know, random town in Virginia. Nothing special has ever happened there, nothing tragic has ever happened there. But on this specific night, the shape comes back in a huge way. Now, on the next slide, what is Halloween Returns? Well, it's neither a sequel nor a remake. it kind of lives spiritually within the realm of the original film. So the only three things that connect it to the original are the pumpkin opening, the Halloween theme, and the classic look of the shape. Now, in this story, the name Michael Myers never appears, it's never referenced at all. It's always referenced as the shape, because I think that's really important to look at why the shape was so scary in the original. And to have a Halloween film, you have to have these three things. Like, your audience expects it. As Randy in Scream would say, your audience expects certain things. The general public expects certain things. So I think those three like tie it to the original without being beholden to it. Now, when we look at the next slide, I really want to dive deep here into the Halloween franchise as a whole. Now, look, like I said, I love this franchise so much, but it lacks imagination. Like, even I love like Halloween 2, Halloween 4, Halloween H2O, as I said, but a lot of these sequels are the same thing over and over again, just in a different kind of wrapping, right? So I really want to look at the shape and this idea that evil doesn't die, it changes shape, as Laurie Strode wrote at the end of Halloween Ends. Now, I know I'm in the minority when it comes to this movie because I love Halloween Ends. I think it really pushed the franchise into an exciting direction um, that it really needs to go in. And like, look, I love Laurie Strode. I love her. She's one of my favorite final girls. But this franchise has got to let go of her. Like, when I think back to when Halloween 2018 was announced, my first thought was, didn't we already do this? Like, Halloween H2O exists. We've already been here and we've done this thing. So this franchise has this thing with holding on to Laurie Strode. And yes, the franchise tried it before with Halloween Resurrection. Um, but honestly, Halloween Resurrection is a cool idea on paper. It just deserved a better script. Um, but looking at Halloween Ends, the ideas it played with and pushed the franchise forward, I think that's why this franchise is long overdue for a fresh perspective and just a fresh story and fresh characters. Now, before I dive into some of the specifics with the story I have, let's take a look at the next slide, which is race and horror, specifically as it relates to Halloween. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have probably seen the documentary Horror Noir, A History of Black Horror. Now, that documentary goes up to 2018 with, it goes up through Get Out by Jordan Peele. But I'd be curious with a follow-up documentary to look at what kind of impact that film had on filmmakers and the names that have come after him. Specifically, someone like Nia DaCosta broke out big with her version of Candyman, and then of course Stone Temple this year. I would be really curious. It's just an example of how a new perspective on known IP kind of changed everything about what Candyman has always been and what it needed to be now. As you can see, there's a bunch of other names like Remy Weeks, Gerard McMurray, that have kind of done really cool stuff in the horror space and kind of really proven that fresh perspectives are definitely needed. And now, when you look, like, focusing in on Halloween, the statistics just like speak for themselves, really. Like, if you see here, the black actors in minor roles across the Halloween franchise, there's only been really, you could say, one leading character that was black, is that's Freddy in Halloween Resurrection. And it's insane to me that he's the only leading character. Now, you could argue LL Cool J in Halloween H2O was a leading character, but if you really think about it, he really wasn't. The only thing about his character that really drove the story forward was the moment when Michael Myers shows up at the gate and Ronnie lets him in. That's it. I mean, I love LL Cool J, and I love his performance in this. He was a nice, like, a comic relief to the story, but I think there was missed opportunity there to really do something with his character. And you look at these other names on here, Jabral, for instance, he plays Julian in Halloween 2018 and Halloween Kills and Ends. But again, another missed opportunity. What did the trauma of seeing Vicky die in Halloween 2018, how did that affect him in Halloween Ends? Did it affect him the same way as Allison? Or did it send him down a completely different path, right? And then you have Omar Dorsey, Halloween 2018, Kills and Ends. He played the sheriff. He was like the resident, naysayer of the town. Didn't do anything in Halloween 2018. In Halloween Kills, he's just there at the chaos of the hospital, doesn't really do anything. And then Halloween Ends, the only really cool part to his character, it comes at the very end when he tells the townsperson, "Oh, we will kill Michael Myers like this tonight." And that's really cool. Like, they could have really tapped into that to figure out what else this character could have been. But again, if you look at this list, it's a pretty sad list. There's not a lot of there's 6 named characters in this franchise. And this says nothing about the Latin representation in this franchise, because that leads into my cast choices and my characters. Now, if you look at the next slide, you can see, okay, some of my casting picks are probably a little bit petty, given the state of another popular horror franchise. As you can see, I would tap Jenna Ortega, Melissa Barrera, and Kiki Palmer. All 3 show really great character work in their film so far, and they could really tap into this character-driven piece that I want this film to be like. So Jenna would play Blair. She's 22 years old, goes to the local college. Maybe she babysits on her spare time. But a key part of her character is that she loves podcasts and actually stumbles upon one about the shape. So that can kind of contextualize the shape as this greater entity in the world and not just exclusive to this town. Excuse me. She also has a younger sister, and how that ties into Melissa Barrera's character, Mia Waters, is that Mia has adopted 2 young kids, Elio and Emilia, and because she can't have kids on her own, right? So Blair's sister babysits on Halloween for Mia while Mia and her husband go to a Halloween party. And then to tie into Kiki Palmer's character, Joe Lancaster, she is a high school tennis coach. She's having an affair with the football coach, and she's trapped in this loveless marriage. So that could be the basis and root for her character and how she ties to Blair's sister. Obviously, Joe is her tennis coach. So that is how I see the 3 main casts kind of being tied together in kind of a more natural sort of way. Now, on the next slide, you'll see I have a ton of like secondary characters and cast ideas. A lot of them you probably will recognize from, there's Tyreek Withers from him, and I know what you did last summer. There's Caitlin Dever from No One Will Save You. And then we have Georgina Campbell, obviously, she's such a horror staple right now. I feel like it would just be a travesty not to get her for this, because her character work, again, this film really needs to dive down into character. And that's a big reason why I love, Halloween H2O, for example. It's so character driven, and they just simply add in the serial killer into the mix and kind of sees what happens, right? As you can see, I have a bunch of other people from It's What's Inside. There's two kid actors from Marshmallow, kind of a slasher adjacent film that came out last year. Like they're just like terrific talents, and I think they could really bring a more modern spin on kind of the Tommy and Lindsay archetype from the original. So as you can see, a lot of like named actors if you know your horror, but all of these actors, I really wanted to get actors that can really act, that can really like provide nuance to the story to kind of give you a reason to care about these secondary characters, right? Now, of course, in terms of the shape, absolutely has to be an unknown actor. Like, James Jude Courtney. Like it's insane to me when you think about it took the franchise 40 years to get an actor that could actually perform the shape in the same way that Nick Castle did in the original. James Jude Courtney is easily the best part of David Gordon Green's trilogy. But I would love to find a no-named actor to find a voice within the shape context. Like, what could a new perspective on the shape be like? And I wouldn't want it tied to any known stunt performer or mainstream actor or anything like that. I want it to be a complete unknown, just to spice things up a little bit. Okay, now in terms of the story, on the next slide, you'll see some kind of essential story beats that I'm looking at here. Now, on the right, you'll see I have a very specific scene in mind for Blair to kind of foreshadow something big that happens in the third act with her character. So early on Halloween, she has a dentist appointment to get a crown fixed. She has just a ho hum conversation with a guy named Cliff who's there to get a root canal. So he makes an offhand comment about are root canals painful? And Blair just kind of like doesn't look up from her phone, just kind of says, I don't know. I have a pretty high tolerance for pain. So that kind of sets up an important part of her character later on is that, right, she has a high tolerance for pain. So when she confronts the shape, I envision her, having broken fingers, a broken arm, maybe even a busted nose and lip, just to give that character even more weight. You can understand why these injuries don't have like no effect on her. Okay. And then if you look over on the left, you know, there's always, you always have to deal with cell phones in horror movies now. Like, how do you make a horror film that feels classic, like Halloween, in a modern setting when we have, phones like everywhere in our lives, right? So I imagine there's a major thunderstorm rolling into the area around 8 p.m., kind of the tail ends of a trick or treating. And because it's small town, if you're in West Virginia or even like Ohio, you know that because thunderstorms can sometimes like, especially if there's high winds, they can really do a lot of like property damage. So I envision like a major thunderstorm, high winds, rolls through the area, knocks out the power, maybe even like the one cell phone tower nearby kind of like is destroyed or just goes out of service, something to hinder cell phone service in a significant way. Because again, like someone could just, dial up, call 911, and then the film would be over, right? So if you're thinking of like how to best hinder the characters from getting the help that they need. So that would be play a major part in the story, um, like leading into the evening hours, and maybe around midnight or 1 o'clock. The storm dies down, but the damage is already done. The cell phones don't work. There's no power for hours, and I love the idea of just putting the characters in this circumstance and just seeing what happens, because you could really play with, one of my favorite parts of Halloween are the parts where the shape is there but not there. Like when Lori is looking out her window, she sees the shape in the backyard, amongst the sheets, and then he's just gone. Like she's literally watching him, and the shape's just gone. I love those ideas, and having it set with there's no power, trees are down all over the place. You could really play with the idea of the shape being this ghost-like presence, really bring in some of that style and tone from Dean Cundey, the cinematography, play with the cooler lighting, make it feel like it's Halloween, that it is October. It is a very cold autumn night, and the power's off, the power's down. It's been raining, because like I remember some of the times I grew up going trick or treating, and it would be pouring the rain, and we would be wearing these ponchos to go around trick or treating around the neighborhood. Like I really want to bring that feeling to back to Halloween again. I was thinking, speaking of Halloween H2O, when Lori is telling her boyfriend Will about what happened to her, she makes a comment that, I think the line is, one rainy night he decided to go trick or treating. Well, it wasn't raining on Halloween in 1978. Um, I actually like a Halloween where it's raining, actually on Halloween for most of the night, because that would be really cool to see the shape moving through pouring rain, high winds, and kind of the tension that could bring, making the film really claustrophobic as all these characters are, stuck in their houses. Um, yeah, like it needs to be focused on the mood and the atmosphere again in like a considerable, like significant way. Now, on the next slide, all right, we have to talk about chase scenes. I mean, that's like probably the biggest criticism I have for David Gordon Green's trilogy, is we didn't get a full stop, full throttle chase scene in any of his films, because we know Halloween 2018, Allison starts running, but then the chase scene is over, like basically, and we don't even see the shape actually chasing her. We see her, she sees him behind the gates, screams, and then runs down the street. But we don't see him actually following her. There's no actual chase scene there. But then you look at Halloween Kills. Lindsay has kind of a big moment. I mean, she fills the suitcase, the pillowcase up with bricks, hits the shape across the face, and then goes running through a nearby park. Kind of the music fades out, and there's just this like steady thumping rhythm. Again, it's like this setup that doesn't have a payoff. It's the start of a chase scene, but before we know it, the chase scene is over. And then in Halloween Ends, we just don't get a chase at all. And I really think this franchise, Halloween, come on, Jamie Lee Curtis running at the end of Halloween, running across the street, going to her neighbors who ignore her, then going back to the Doyle house, trying to get Tommy to wake up. There's no like, we need an urgent chase scene, like life and death, chase scene again. And looking at a lot of modern horror, we haven't had a really satisfying chase scene since I Know What You Did Last Summer back in 1997. I would say that is the gold standard when it comes to chase scenes. I mean, the scene just keeps going. You know, she's running to the department store trying to get her sister Elsa to open the door. We think the chase is done, but it's not. There's like the whole sequence within the department store, and then she goes up the elevator, and then she goes out the window into the back alley, and then she runs again, trying to save her life. She sees the parade going by, and then it's just like it just keeps going, and we have not had a chase scene like that since 1997, and it's wild to me because horror, especially slashers, are built on chase scenes. And you could say Kevin Williamson's Sick from a few years ago. It had a lot of cool, like bite-sized chase scenes, but really this is a golden opportunity to really like get back to what makes a slasher a slasher. Give us the chase scenes. Give us a long one that doesn't even if it doesn't make sense that it's so long. Give us something that makes us hold our breath during the entire thing, wondering if our final girl is actually going to make it. So, like here on the right, you can see my ideas for 2 to 3 minor chase scenes involving some of the secondary characters. Again, like looking at Stick, some of those bite-sized chase scenes are really cool. Um, there's the opening scene of that film where it's uh, it's the guy that goes to he goes to get toilet paper at the store. It's obviously it's during the pandemic, so he has to wear a mask. He goes to the store and then he goes back home, and there are several sequences where he's running through his apartment and the camera is following him in this really frantic state. And it's really cool it's a really cool setup for the film. But so these 2 or 3 chase scenes would kind of mirror those. It's really tightly shot, um, probably in a house or apartment that has no power. You can really play with those chase scenes. Now, in terms of the super ultra chase scene that I have in mind, I think Blair, Jenna Ortega's character, would be really good at selling this exaggerated chase scene that goes on for forever. And my idea, kind of, thinking now, it's something that should have happened in Halloween 2018, actually. In Halloween 2018, in the finale, um, when the new Loomis is taking Allison and the Shape to Laurie's compound, instead of the doctor, all of that mess, what I would have done for Halloween 2018 is have the setup the same. Allison finds Oscar's body hanging on the fence. She screams, runs down the street, goes to 3 or 4 houses. We actually see them ignoring her, or maybe one of the houses opens their door and there's like a brief conversation. They don't believe her. They don't believe that this is happening. So she turns around, runs again, and then we actually see the Shape stalking her through backyards, through um, a backyard that has like sheets hanging at nighttime for some reason, and kind of looking at and then following Allison like the film does. She eventually makes it to the wooded area and makes her way through the woods to Laurie's compound. The Shape is following her, and he ends up there at her compound. There's no need for the doctor and that weird twist. You could just naturally have Allison being the one to bring the Shape to Laurie. So that's kind of my idea here with Blair, is have Blair running through the neighborhood everyone is obviously terrified because there's no power, so no one's answering the doors. So have Blair kind of run and kind of tiptoe and sneak her way through the neighborhood while the shape is stalking her, right? So that to really bring it back to the real terror of being in, you know, like a suburb and feeling like the person, you can't trust the person next door to you because they're not going to open the door when there's a serial killer out. So really kind of bringing that back and really focusing on how you could use the shape in, you know, around backyards and trees, like that would be really cool idea. Now, on to the next slide, I have the kills. So how do we deal with the kills in this? Because in the modern world, especially with slashers, the audience unfortunately expects a certain level of gore and carnage candy, right? So that's the trouble, is finding a balance. How can we be similar to the original, but like do something for a modern audience? So like my idea is to limit the graphic on-screen kills to two, maybe three total. Because if I was just watching Halloween last night and just remembering how there are so many off-screen kills, like when Loomis finds the mechanic's truck, and when the camera pulls out, we see the mechanic dead in the grass on the side. Like things like that. Leave some of the magic to the audience's imagination. So walking that line of having two or three graphic kills, but then you could have like, you know, five or six other kills that are maybe uh, completely off screen or partially off screen or just suggested kills. I think that would really like strikes an easy balance between being graphic for today's audience but still feeling tame like the original. Because if you look at it, like Michael does a lot of strangling in that movie. Uh, there's like so like I'm sure you guys know there's like so little blood in that movie. He like strangles Bob first before even stabbing him, strangles Linda with the phone cord, strangles Annie before stabbing her. Like there's a very little actual stabbing. So I think looking at how you could use that as well within like what does the shape mean today? Like what kind of evil is lurking in the minds of a modern society? So yeah, so a lot of stabbing, strangulation, tamer kills with like everyday household items would be cool. I think some of my ideas were like an oscillating fan, um, even things like that. You know, things that are just normally right around your house. A corkscrew would be cool. A tennis racket, akin to the opening kill in Freaky. Just like again, just what scares us about living in suburban America, the things that are just around us, turning those into horrifying set pieces. All right, now to kind of get to the last slide, to kind of like wrap up here, like such an important thing about Halloween Returns is just the shape, making the shape scary again. It's just we've missed the plot in a lot of ways. Now, again, I love Halloween Ends, and I think it did some really cool, exciting things. But I am sometimes I walk the fence of like making Michael this cave dweller and Michael that we've known him to be in the past. Even just if you just look at the original, the shape wasn't something that hid away, you know. And we need to really get back to the shape, stalking babysitters in a small town. He's an urban legend, and just see what can we do with that. And personally, with this cast, with this idea. Honestly, I'm pretty proud of this idea of like just bringing things back to to simplicity of, you know, it makes me think of the original title for Halloween, which was the Babysitter Murders. You know, like would we have gotten a franchise if the original Halloween was called the Babysitter Murders? I don't think so. I think when I think the Babysitter Murders, gives me, it's like a classic 80s slasher knockoff title. It's like the Driller Killer or something like that. It doesn't have a timely feel, but if you look at Halloween, that's a timely feeling for a title. So we need to get back to the feeling of the original and just bring in fresh perspectives, give in dynamic characters, give us something with something to say even. So I'm curious to hear what everyone thinks about this idea. I'm actually on Instagram as Be the Killer Queen. I'm also on Blue Sky. So like let me know like what you think of my Halloween Returns idea and what would you change about my pitch deck. So, and I just want to thank
Now,
everyone for stopping in, and I'm so excited to be a part of this. So thank you, Matt.
oh, it's honestly, B, that was so amazing. And I hope you get a chance to read through the comments because there was a lot of interaction about just people agreeing with some of the takes around Halloween Ends and some of the things that people really want to see out of the franchise. So I think, you know, we've got a little bit of time and I've got a few questions for you if it's okay.
Yeah, totally.
Excellent. So what is your favorite Halloween kill across all the franchise?
Oh my gosh.
I know, right on the spot, right from the start.
Oh geez. I mean, I would probably say it's a tie between the hot tub death in Halloween 2, 1981, because that kill is just like insane and the performance is just wild. Between that and then Sarah, the dumbwaiter death in Halloween H2O. Those are probably my two favorite.
I mean the sauna or whatever, like it's like medicinal sauna. I think that they're in Halloween too, is or medicinal hot tub. But yeah, that's such a good one, and it's like the first time that the franchise actually does get a little graphic because you're right. The first Halloween is pretty bloodless, and so
Yeah.
Halloween 2 is the first chance we get to, you know, taste a little bit of the red stuff. But so I think a lot of what was really interesting when you talked about the diversity or rather lack thereof within the Halloween franchise, a lot of folks seem to agree that it just isn't. Not only is it not kind of as been as inclusive, but also it's used kind of tropey characters to help maybe put forward something that's not as ingenuine. Like I think there's the Big John, Little John controversy that around Halloween Kills.
Yeah.
And so we have a great question here from our good friend Scared Sane. If you were to do this for another franchise during another Stream-A-Thon, what franchise do you think you'd want to pick and why?
Well, I have a fantastic idea for what should have been Scream 7. So like that I have a fantastic idea. I could probably do a pitch deck in a day because I have like such a really cool idea for that. Yeah, so it would be Scream for sure.
I think a lot of people have a perception of where they could take Scream now because it has become such a hotbed for like controversy and do their own making, right? They made their bed, you got to lie in it kind of thing. Now, in regards to Halloween, do you think that there's a valid, like, you know, kind of taking the shape into rather removing Michael Myers in the equation and making it more lore based and creating some mythos around it? What, if any, role would you see previous lore having to do with this? For example, like the Thorn mythos that was starting to come together in some of the entries, like around 5 and 6, successful or not, right? It was alluded to. So would you leverage those in your own your new version, or would you just say goodbye to those and leave them in the past?
I think it would be kind of fun to kind of riff on them a little bit. My idea for like referencing Thorn would be maybe there's a Reddit conspiracy theorist who believes that, like, he believes that runes are controlling the world, or he's created this um like uh cult of people who believe in Thorn and all that kind of thing. I think you could reference things like that. They wouldn't like play a big part in the plot at all, but like Blair, being obsessed with podcasts, maybe she research like looks into the shape, finds this Reddit subreddit, finds this conspiracy theorist. So I think you could play around with those kinds of things.
Yeah, I think you can. And I mean, I think to some extent, I will at least use my personal opinion here is that I defend Halloween 6 because I think if you put together the producer's cut and the theatrical cut, you actually have a pretty solid movie. But it's the same with like the Hellraiser Bloodline. If you take the rough cut and like the theatrical and put them together, like there's something good mixing between them. So I definitely see that there's a place for Thorn in it, but I think the
Yeah,
execution of it in the previous one has been so muddled by Michael Myers. And I think you've rightly called out that being beholden to the past has actually made it harder for these franchises to evolve in a meaningful way.
yeah,
And what you're putting forward really does lean heavier into the idea that almost like the way in which Cabin in the Woods turned all of our famous monsters into tropes that could be used as archetypes. You're almost
yeah,
you're almost putting the list into our own kind of slasher cryptids of sorts, where like the shape ends up becoming kind of this thing that's not beholden to a person, but rather an idea.
yeah.
So I love that direction. What was there anything that was difficult in regards to trying to come up with some of these ideas? I mean, obviously you've had so much time to think about the Halloween franchise. I know you're an avid. If you can correct me if I'm wrong, did you watch? Was it 700 something movies last year?
So yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so like it's not like you're low on the numbers side. So was there anything that you found difficult to try and articulate or maybe think of some fresh ideas for?
Um, Honestly, I still, in terms of the story, I don't know. Like having to deal with cell phones is such like a hard thing to like figure out something that feels natural. I think that was the hardest, and I'm still not completely happy with my idea, but like it's hard to figure out what to do with cell phones if you're like
Right.
doing like a traditional slasher kind of thing. Yeah, I think that was the hardest, and I'm still like not happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things I think we have, at least slasher purists will probably find this easier to do than everybody else, but there's certain things you kind of forgive in certain subgenres.
Yeah,
So, it like in folk horror, you can't over explain because then it becomes less scary and it becomes more of like a documentary. Whereas, in
yeah,
slashers, the same thing applies. Like you have to kind of almost forego your belief that one, people can die, right? Maybe there's some people that can't, but
yeah,
also that maybe technology doesn't serve us as well as it should. And we have a great comment here. An EMP device. Maybe if we deploy some Call of Duty style military tactics into the town, then we can maybe take out some of the cell phones. But I think you're right. It's something that every new slasher has to reckon with: is how do we make this believable? Because people are just so less likely to, um, I don't know, give a movie a break. Kind of like what Scared saying here is like it's just we put so much emphasis on trying to make it real that maybe we're forgetting that we're supposed to be entertained first.
yeah,
So, um, well,
yeah.
it's a
True.
reasonable problem to have. And I think my last question for you, B, is do you think that this approach would be best suited? Like, obviously, you've kind of put together a cast of some A-list players, but do you think that this might be an opportunity for like the indie horror world to maybe take a stab at this? Like, do you see this as more of like a lo-fi production or something that's more glossy and high budget, like the studios might produce? I mean, moving
Oh,
aside your cast, right? Obviously, you have a very expensive and star-studded cast, but thinking more
yeah.
about the aesthetics and the delivery.
Oh, definitely like indie. I would love to see like um oh gosh, I'm forgetting his name. Daniel, he directed Marshmallow from last year. I'd love to see like an
Purgatorio.
indie. Yes, I would love to see like him, like like him take this on, or like definitely indie. I would definitely love to like get back to the feeling of the original in terms of the production. Um, Obviously, like studios are going to want to make money from this, so they're going to want to get at least one or two big names or bigger names for their cast. But I think there's like a way you could like balance that out, because I would definitely lean towards like the indie aesthetic for sure.
Well, I say, Curry Barker has paved the way to some extent, acknowledging that he's taking on a major franchise after kind of emerging from the indie world. And there's a very valid discussion online about how, while he might be very, very talented, we have to look elsewhere. And I think you've called this out rightly on the diversity side, that we have to look outside of just the white folks.
Yes.
The white males, particularly straight white males, and in regards to who is going to craft these stories going forward. So would love to see some independent directors, from different lived experiences. And, we obviously have Jane Schoenborn's like slasher film coming out later this year. So it'd be really interested to see how they go about it. B, I just want to thank you again. You've been so wonderful. I hope you appreciate this as much as I have. And again, really appreciate all the effort you put into putting this together. And hopefully we get, a Halloween returns akin to what you put forward.
If any studio is watching this, hire me to write your scripts.
Hire B, everyone. You can find B at their website, B-Sides. It's www.bsidesbadlands.com. You can also follow B at B the Killer Queen on Instagram, and also Blue Sky. B, thank you so much. We look forward to your work, not just in Macabre Daily, but also your own site. You're doing so much now with your amazing Creature Corner. So can't wait to see more from you, B, and have a great Saturday. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Talk soon.
Take care, B. All right. Well, thank you so much again to B for putting together an amazing presentation about what the future of the Halloween franchise could look like. And I think we could all agree in saying that maybe it's a time we move away from the things that the past we've been beholden to. So I'm so excited and honored now to introduce our next kind of discussion, which is going to be the Father Figures in Horror, which is kind of facilitated by our very own Brian Finnerty, or as you might know him, Scared Sane, joined by two amazing horror dads. We have Paul DeVrier, who is the writer of Meat Kills and also and another film in Dutch that I'm not going to remember the name of, but he's also an amazing video game writer who's contributed to works like Silent Hill 2 and the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. And we have, of course, Martin Melnick, who's the writer-director of Lily Lives Alone, in absolutely kind. Yes, Scared Sane, thank you for the other film that Paul wrote was kind. But Martin's Lily Lives Alone is now available to stream on Shudder. So please do yourself a favor and go ahead and check it out. So we're going to go and listen to a conversation from them now.
Right. Hey, everybody. I am Brian Finnerty from Macabre Daily, and we are pre-recording this conversation for a really special event that we are doing at Macabre, our first ever Stream-A-Thon, where we're going to be raising money for the Trevor Project, which is like an amazing national organization that that provides services for LGBTQI plus youth. And I am really, really honored to be joined by some fantastic people today. We've Johann Paul de Fryer and Martin Melnick. I'm going to try to say this and keep a straight face. Hi, Daddy-O's. And I
Thanks
can't
for
do
having
it.
us. Thanks.
How are you guys both doing today?
This Daddy-O's tired.
Yeah, it was a rough night, or just in general?
Oh, just in general, but it's good. It's a beautiful tired.
Parenting is exhausting. It's a horror movie in and of itself.
Yeah.
So if it's not obvious, we are here to talk about parenting in horror, specifically fatherhood in horror. So of course I had to reach out to two of my favorite people who are amazing horror writers and directors, but also happen to be dads. Um, and you guys were game enough to join me on this little adventure to chat dads in horror. Um, so I want to start off just like real quick for anyone watching. Can you guys just introduce yourselves real briefly? You can talk about your movies, you can talk about being a dad, whatever makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Shall I? You want to do
Yeah,
the honor, or Martin? Yeah.
Paul, you
Go
start.
for it. Go for it, Paul.
Yeah, I'm Johan Paul de Vrijer. Sounds a bit weirder in Dutch. It sounds Johan Paul de Vrijer. But I'm a Dutch screenwriter working from Amsterdam, and I write horror movies and horror games, um, which hopefully you've seen or played. And if not, get on it. And I'm the father of
Since
three.
and since you're
Sorry?
trying to be humble, I'm gonna say your name, the names of your movies, Meat Kills and Kind, which have some very twisted dads in them, and people should check them out. But
Thanks, thanks. Yeah, yeah. And I'm a father of three, so two young sons and a teenage daughter.
nice.
And yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun being a horror dad writer. To be honest, the combination has so far only been good. So, but plenty to talk about.
How do you say dad in Dutch?
It's actually father. So
Ah.
Darth Vader. That's actually the father is the spoiler for the Luke Anakin dynamic.
Okay, so
They snuck that in there.
you,
Father. So yeah.
you can't talk about it in Dutch without giving away the movie. Nice.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We knew right away.
Uh, awesome. Well, Martin, tell us about you a little bit.
Yeah, I'm Martin Melnick. I directed my first feature that premiered last year, Lily Lives Alone. It's also a horror film or a genre first film. And yeah, I have a 16-month-old, so I'm sort of like in the new father thick of it. And actually, when we premiered originally the film at the end of 2024 in Brooklyn Horror, my wife was pregnant with our child and was at the festival, so it was kind of their first horror festival, technically speaking. They've kind of been thrust into the world of being a horror dad that way, and they will have no choice but to be into the movies dad is watching as they grow up. But has not yet taken that deep dive into horror. They're still interested in pretty normal baby stuff, but slowly sneaking in creepy, spooky baby books and sort of, setting that path in motion there.
Mhm. Yeah, speaking of that, I feel like this is something maybe I shouldn't disclose this on a recorded line, but it was probably around 16 months that my son was first exposed to his first on-screen death in a horror movie. Totally by accident. He was napping on the couch, and I was trying to sneak in the movie Freaky, if anyone's seen that one
Oh,
with
yeah.
Vince Vaughn. And I was like, the movie was almost over. It was literally the last scene. And he started to wake up. And I was trying to like soothe him and like finish the movie because I really wanted to see how it ended. And then, of course, he like sat up and looked right at the screen just in time to see them like gut the final bad guy. Um, Remains to be seen if that was a real parenting mistake or
How's he doing?
depends who you ask. Um, so yeah, I wanted to we're gonna get into like some of our favorite father figures in horror, but I thought we would just start off a little more generally. Um, Curious to hear, just let us all share kind of the experiences of being a dad working in the horror community in one way or another. And like does it affect your parenting? Are your kids aware of it? What do they think of it? Um, yeah, what's that like?
Um, well, for me, I think the biggest problem, the biggest hurdle is that you can't show anything, like, or not a lot. I think that's like they kind of mystically know what I'm working on or what I do, that I write movies or scary stuff, but they don't know what it is. And I definitely not. A lot of things that I've made like are not just scary, but I'd say I
Very
like my
intense.
field is NC-17, so I guess it's not even for teens in that sense. And
I'm not sure I'm old enough to have
right,
watched a couple of the scenes in your movies.
yeah. So it's that's the bit, because I do want to share it with like when it's age appropriate, I suppose. But I like to show them stuff and yeah, bring them in. But well, I think the biggest thing is that the things that you think might scare them, or your freaky anecdote,
Mm.
like they might just not be shocked by that. But other times there are things that I show them, like either it's a volcano erupting or like a fire or anything, and that gives them the nightmares. Like it's something that I don't realize has such an impact on them, and that they feel like if you keep the horror out, like the killing or the deaths or whatever, that you're somehow safe or protecting them from anything. But then there's something that you think is innocent, but it has this slight trigger or something happens in it that's quite tense, and then you'll give them nightmares unwillingly.
I think that's a really good point. Like we're so immune to some of this stuff that we kind of forget
Yeah.
about the normal day-to-day things that are scary. Like my kid, he's seen Jaws, he's seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space. None of that stuff scares him. But skunks and mosquitoes, like
Right.
those
Yeah,
are
yeah.
the things that he has developed a genuine fear of. Um, uh,
Sort of a different position because I don't quite know yet what to expect, at the 16-month sort of age, but they're at the sort of level where they're curious about everything. And I'm not having them, watch horror films or anything like that. But um, they definitely pick up on the sort of stresses and the neuroses of their father. So they pick up on the things that I'm, I guess, investigating or interested in, or if I just watched a trailer or if I've done all that stuff, they're definitely intrigued by that stuff. But so far, they seem to be absolutely, they're in that mode of being absolutely fearless of everything, which, for better or worse, they just want to deep dive into everything, including walking off of cliffs and things like that. So
Yeah, yeah.
I guess it remains to be seen, but I'm definitely like making a nice long letterboxed list of what I'm going to slowly introduce them to and do that sort of rollout and see what they're interested in. Um, I'm curious to see how that unfolds.
I like leading up to this conversation, I was trying to like there's plenty of like funny anecdotes and stuff that I know we could share, but I was also trying to like give the topic some serious thought and wondering if being a horror fan and a dad, if I feel like it really has influenced how I parent at all. And one thing, at least for me, is I feel like because horror just delves in such deep and like dark topics sometimes, I think that it's really encouraged me to like be more open with my kid than maybe I would have if I wasn't a horror fan. Um, like doing it in a really age appropriate way, of course, but like just I have found that in the 6 years that I've been a dad, I'm much less likely than some other dads and parents to like shy away from the scary stuff or the dark stuff.
Mm,
Like if my kid has a question about dying or death, or if
right.
this happened, would it hurt me? If this happened, would you die? Um, I, I feel like I attribute it to my interest in horror that I'm much more comfortable just answering him honestly and just having these conversations that then I talked to some of my other friends who are not horror fans, and like something as simple as just like, oh yeah, like so our neighbor died, and I was telling my son about it. That their immediate reaction is like, oh my God, you told him? And I'm like, yeah, of course. Like people die. That's just it's part of life.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I wonder if like if any of that resonates for either of you, or do you think that horror has impacted your parenting for the better in any way?
It does, like what you just said. I think we're very comfortable with death as well. Like we often talk about it, and there's like there hasn't been any tears even revolved around that. Like there's never been like this conversation like, oh no, people are gonna die or whatever. Like I think, like you said, we naturally just take it like it's just part of life. And I didn't really connect that to me being a horror dad per se, but it is something that I think, yeah, you deal with a lot of the mortality issues. I think in some ways, horror movies, games are a sort of safe space to investigate our fears and sort of be exposed to our fears, get comfortable with certain unpleasant ideas, and get confronted by hyperbolic situations that actually might, in real life, get you accustomed or trained a little for real life stuff in a way. Like I feel that watching scary movies or watching horror movies doesn't, like, it always scares me during it, but it doesn't scare me. Like it actually trains me in some way. It's like a safety instruction, cautionary tale for like real life stuff. Like it sort of helps you deal with a lot of tougher stuff, or so I feel like that, like now that you mention it, I do feel like that definitely contributed to us being more open about death, or talking about like blood, for example, as well. Like none of my kids fear blood. Like it's more interesting to them. Like if they have a wound, or like if, or one of us has a wound, they're all like, whoa, whoa, what's going on? Like they're not scared of it or anything. Like, and I definitely have an interest in that as well. So I'm probably to blame, probably. But
Yeah.
so I think, yeah, like you said, like getting comfortable with like some more of those taboo like subjects, that might be a good influence. Yeah, definitely.
Mhm. Yeah, it's good like exposure therapy, I think. I still have very vivid memories of the first time. I don't know if they have them in the Netherlands, but Spirit Halloween. Are you familiar with that chain? Um, and they have the
What's the spirit of Halloween though? I
oh,
don't
it's like
know.
this big company that every October in the States they open up like they're like there's like one on every corner it feels like
Yeah.
now, like a Starbucks, and they have all these
Oh, okay.
like super spooky and scary animatronics, and it's just a big giant Halloween superstore. But at least for my son, as soon as he learned about them around
Yeah.
October, that became like the playground. We would go there
Yeah.
more often.
Yeah.
And I still vividly remember the first time I ever brought him there, like one of the animatronics went off and he like got startled. And I can remember like holding him. And obviously, if he had like gotten really, really scared and started to freak out, we would have
Mm.
left. But what we did instead is just encouraged him to like watch it and study it for a while. And we talked about it. And I could like feel his
Mm.
body relax as he realized, like, oh, this is just a toy. This is safe. It's fun. Um, and from there it was just off to the races. He was obsessed with the stuff. And and yeah, I think again, like, yeah, it's probably just I think healthy to get people used to that experience of fear and discomfort early and know that
Really,
they'll
yeah.
be okay.
No, no, I'll let you onto that. Like my kids love that Halloween stuff as well. Like we celebrated quite a lot with like large with the whole neighborhood. But the thing that would scare them, so we went to this amusement park and they had these
Mm.
little, body suits of like friendly, what do you call them, like teddy bears or whatever. Like, and somebody had this sort of bigger hat, and that scared the hell out of my kids. Like something that's supposed to be, friendly or approachable.
Yeah.
That like my daughter started crying as soon as she saw it. Like she didn't want to even get close. But like all the Halloween stuff, like the skulls and like all the spiders, people and the witches and whatever, that never scared them. That's never been an issue.
Give her Freddy Krueger, but an
Yeah,
oversized teddy bear. Oh my God.
exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Uh, and Martin, I know your kid is still a bit young, but like you sent me a video recently where you were reading just a little picture book with like zombies, I think, in it.
Oh,
So you're
zombies
already
are their
starting to
favorites so
fit.
far. Yeah, they that's what I mean by like the thing earlier, is sort of I'm weaning them in slowly, but
Yeah.
in an age appropriate way. We've got some spooky monster books and Halloween books, and we bring out our seasonal books. So like we've got them like a section of Halloween books, and none of that. Zombie is their favorite one. They like I open that up and it's like saying it wants to eat their brain, and they just kind of laugh at it and point, and they think it's the cutest thing they've ever seen. So I feel like it'll be a nice, easy progression. But I to echo what you and Paul said, I really like, and you mentioned exposure therapy, which is a big part of, I have a obsessive compulsive disorder, so ERP is a big part of my honestly daily life. But the processing that horror films in genre in general allows us to do is, it really is like all you're talking about, handling death as a subject and how it can sort of lend us to it. That's what I love most about horror, is that it is this cathartic, I guess, vessel for us dealing with stuff that we honestly as a society just aren't really that great at talking about outside of those spaces. There's stuff that we often see as taboo because we think they're going to be harder conversations than they need to be. And some of them are hard conversations to have with kids, like about death and about the nature of the things and how awful the world is and what we're dealing with, which often is way more terrifying to me on a daily basis than anything we watch and consume in horror.
Yeah, agreed.
But good horror is really great at helping us process those things in little sort of digestible bits. And I think that in a way that's not necessarily traumatizing a kid, I think a little bit of being scared in a, like you mentioned, Brian, in a safe place where you could be there to hold your kid afterwards. You can be there to contextualize what they've experienced. So I'm not saying like throw them into something that's genuinely risky for them or scary for them, but something that allows them to process fear in a safe space where they know that they have a baseline of protection from their parent. I think is beautiful, and I think horror is really great at doing that. And they're not quite there yet. They're still in that spooky kids book phase, but I'm very interested to see how we bring horror to them in small bits to see how that, I guess, helps them cope with certain things that may be harder to cope with just through straight discussion. A little bit of fear and a little bit of catharsis that way. It's like, I feel like a really great learning lesson, and I'm excited to employ that as a horror dad.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, because you can't avoid it. I mean, the world's wonderful. It's lovely. There's great joy to be had, but also the world is scary as fuck too sometimes. And there's people need to be exposed to that as well.
It's actually when people say like, I don't like horror movies, I don't like horror games or whatever, it's like, have you seen the world? Like, you constantly 100% live in the world. Like, horror movie is such a, it's just a fraction of whatever's out there, like it's such a, and it's even like you said, it's such a safe space. Like, you can comfortably watch it. Like, no physical harm will happen to you.
I mean, at least you can have like a giant soda and a bag of popcorn while watching one of your movies. Maybe I should start doing that with the news. It might make it a little more palatable.
Exactly. Just grab the popcorn.
Yeah, I'm going to the theater to see a horror movie as a relief from the outside world. And,
exactly. Yeah,
back onto the lobby, and you're just like, ah.
So I know I had before recording, I had mentioned a couple other questions we might get into, but I'm thinking in the interest of time, I want to kind of jump to like the meat of what we said we were going to do, which is just sharing and talking about some of our favorite father figures in horror. So my thought was, I suggested we should each have a couple with maybe some backups, but maybe we'll just go around in a circle if that's cool and share one at a time. And I'm curious to see if we have any repeats. But
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, let's see if we have repeats. Yeah.
So I'm just the person to my left is Martin. Do you wanna start us off?
Sure. I have a few, or I have two or three, but I want to preface by saying that these are not necessarily good dads in horror. They're not that interesting in horror. Is that all right? I don't know if I'm breaking the rules or not. Was he supposed to be like father figures to look up to, or just father figures for the journey?
There's not many mentors in the horror genre.
No, there are a couple standouts, but in general, I just find it interesting how fathers are portrayed across the board.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So the first that kind of came to mind are two of my favorites. So starting with George C. Scott's performance in The Changeling, which there's going to be a theme here you see in a second with my choices, but basically if you haven't seen The Changeling, it's centers around a father who loses his kid at the beginning of the movie, loses his wife and kid to a car accident at the beginning of the movie, and decides to get away from that and moves into this large mansion where he starts experiencing hauntings, and they do a seance, and it eventually leads him down this sort of, I don't want to, if you haven't seen him give away anything, but like leads him down to this sort of unraveling and discovery over the another death of a child that took place in that home. And so the whole movie, this whole house with a spooky haunting and all that stuff is really just a vessel for him getting through his grief of losing a child and needing some sort of action as an antidote to his despair. So like him discovering this mystery in this house is really just him going through it, with his own loss. And I really love that, it's funny because he's a dad by identity. That's like the whole point of the movie, but he's not actually an active dad in the movie because he's lost his child. So like it's really about how a dad processes that. And so I find that super interesting portrayal of a father. It's like a movie that centers around a father, which is I feel like not usually that common in horror when it's like a single person. So
they're more rare. I think that's what makes a story like that interesting is, I mean, there's room and benefit to exploring the experiences of like both parents and things like that, but so often a story like that is, I think, centered around the mother and the maternal figure. So,
which, as you know, I'm also very interested in, but for my own work. But I found, rewatching that as a dad, I've you just get new things out of it, and I find that sort of an interesting thing to explore.
Awesome, good choice.
Are we taking turns, or am I just going through my list really quick?
Is it good choice? Are they getting rated, or is it like the bad choice?
Are we gonna like
good for choice, bad for father?
Bad for father.
You have to decide if they're a good dad or a bad dad.
Yeah, good dad or bad dad. Great. I like this. This is a new show.
I have to admit I haven't seen The Changeling. Is he ultimately a good dad or not so much?
This is one to watch. You'll see so many references. So like James Wan takes a lot from The Changeling for like, you get glimpses of like, and other filmmakers in general. Like you'll see references in like Insidious and The Conjuring and all these other things that are direct references to some of the, I mean, it's not the first movie to do a seance, obviously, but it kind of modernized the seance scene. If you watch it, and I don't want to give too much away. I think it's more like a horror mystery film, like a horror thriller, but it's really worth it. I really like that film.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good choice.
So yeah, you just watch it.
Let's do one at a time. That way, if we have repeats, people have a chance to figure out someone else. But
right.
Paul, who do you have?
I actually want to go for a bad dad, and it's Jack Torrance of The Shining.
Of course,
the epitome of the evil father figure, I'd say. And what I find interesting in that is that it's like not just the movie. Like you have the movie, the Kubrick version, of course. You got the TV show, and you got the books. So there's many interpretations there. And what I find fascinating is Stephen King wrote it as a father dealing with alcoholism, right? And then Kubrick took that story and made it about something that he thought it was about, and also what his opinion was on those things. And then, Stephen King hated that version because it depicted him as a bad guy because it was some sort of like personality of him or a side of his personality, I suppose. And then he liked or directed even, I think, the TV movies that, transposed and somewhat at the end redeem, without spoiling it, I guess. Well, we can spoil it.
It's the
redeem him at the end.
I think we can spoil that one.
Yeah. So what I find interesting is like it's not just about like who Jack Torrance is, but also how it's viewed as the actual Jack Torrance, like as Stephen King's alter ego, dealing with alcoholism, sort of destroying his family from the inside out, becoming his evil version, and how Kubrick thought that was irredeemable in some ways. You're evil, you're dealing with this stuff, you're going through mental problems, but at the end it's your responsibility, and ultimately you're harming this family, so you should be taken out of the picture. And the more nicer, sweeter TV movie version where Jack Torrance is ultimately redeemed by sacrificing himself and blowing up the ultimate evil, which is the Overlook Hotel. And actually, it was the influence of alcoholism, not so much me, that did this to my family. I find those interpretations interesting because, like, as a father, you're always in this dynamic with your family about the influence that you have. You're perhaps the most intimidating member of your family gathering. Like when you get angry or when things happen, or you're mostly the most physical presence there. So there's always this sort of interesting dynamic with like children being like you have to set the rules. So in one sense, they're also a little intimidated by you. There's an authority there that can be very frightening for children, I think. And I think framing it from Danny Torrance's perspective, like as a father that has lost control and is abusive and gets out of hand, I think that's a very interesting dynamic. I think it's also very, interesting that King was about writing about this and trying to come to terms with that dynamic of him. I think that's all. It's just interesting. Like he's a bad father. Some think he's irredeemable. Some think he is redeemable. And the bigger evil is outside of him, and other things like there's personal responsibility there to be had. And all that you do as a father is your responsibility directly. I think those are two takes on like fatherhood or bad parenting, or, like if you traumatize, if you're an abuser, like most people aren't, but like if you're abusive, if you do something wrong, if you, lash out, is that your responsibility, or can you sort of redeem that? Is that a back and forth push and pull dynamic? I think those are interesting questions that those movies deal with that are often, not discussed as much because you go into the twins and the hotel and the ghosts and whatever. But, Jack Torrance as a father figure trying to, and it's also interesting that he's a writer, right? Like he's trying to make his dream career work. Like Martin might, he has those long nights of editing and writing. The kid yelling in the back, crying. We've all had those sleepless nights where you just want to focus on your work. And like there's an interesting thing there where you have this sort of egocentric need to further your creative career, and at the same time you have this family dynamic pulling on you, and you're pulling them into your maybe unhealthy dynamics or unhealthy work regime. It's just overall a lot of elements to think about.
Yeah. It's a great choice. I honestly, I picked him too. So you stole mine. So thank you. But it's for good reason, because it's as you said, it's like the idea of an abusive parent. It's terrible. It's so tragic. It's so dark. But it's also so like and that's what I like about horror. It's even if you have not done that thing yourself, like it allows us to explore this really dark shadow part of ourselves that I think in most other areas of life you're like really too scared to touch or acknowledge. And like an abusive parent is not usually explored in kind of such a nuanced way as The Shining does it, particularly I think the book and the TV series, like you said. I mean, you were talking about, we can all relate to your kid crying and being inconsolable, and I don't think anyone can fully understand this until they are a parent themselves. Just some of the scary emotions and thoughts that can bring up in you, where, luckily most of us aren't fully capable of managing those feelings, finding healthy outlets for it. But yeah, there's like a dark, shadowy part of all of us, I think, that can look at a parent who hurts their kid and like, do you dare have any empathy for them at all? Do you dare even dip a toe into like what that experience might be like? And I think that's part of what makes Jack Torrance a really fascinating, tragic figure.
Agreed. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
It's a classic. It's a great choice. I mean, it does kind of cover all those bases for father. It's great.
Yeah. I got a good one lined up as well. I hope that gets the things up as well.
Are we all in agreement? Like bad dad for Jack Torrance?
That's a question, though, right? Like
that's what you said. Like the multiple interpretations of that character is Arguably, I mean, personally, I much rather prefer Kubrick's film than the TV movie, but you make a really good point that in some ways the Kubrick one is a more two-dimensional exploration of his substance use and his sort of egocentric, fall into madness, whereas there's a redemptive quality to the original source material
Yeah.
that's missing from that one. And they're both interesting, but like I think one does maybe not be the better piece of art, but definitely is like the adds to that sort of three-dimensionality of, can we feel empathy for someone who makes unquestionable decisions or causes harm? And
Yeah.
that's also, and Brian knows this from my work, something that I'm very interested in sort of dissecting is how do we feel for people that are hurt when they also cause harm?
Mm.
I think that's super interesting, especially in the context of discussing what a dad should be.
Yeah.
So yeah, super interesting.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so I'll share one of mine. I'm gonna try to buck the trend. I'll go with someone who I see as a really positive father figure in a movie. But I'm also messing with the rules in that this person is not a literal father, but more of a father figure. Um, Coach Tom Landers from Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker. Have either of you heard of that movie?
Not
Oh.
seen this. No.
No.
Nah.
So it's a really cool film. It came out in 1981. It's this really bizarre, like psychosexual, almost more of a thriller. Long story short, about a woman, the aunt of the main character, Billy, and she basically, over the course of the movie, like it becomes clear she has this intense incestuous obsession with him and wants to possess him and is willing to kill to keep him in her grips. But that premise itself is bizarre enough. But then it's the 80s, so we have to throw other stuff into it. So they throw this other subplot in about his coach, Coach Landers. And as it turns out, we discover that the coach is secretly in a gay relationship with another man who Billy's aunt just so happened to kill and frame for attempted rape. Um, and this homophobic cop comes in, and on the surface, it feels very, very insensitive and inappropriate. There's all this work to suggest that these two gay men are predators and that they were probably abusing Billy, and they're these dangerous people. Um, but what I love about the movie is that it really subverts that trope actually, and like you can tell often the intention of a film, right? Like
Mm.
there are characters who look at these gay men as through that really awful trope of like gay men are predators and they can't teach children because they'll groom them. But the movie very clearly disagrees with that and is pushing against it. And it allows this coach to actually have this really beautiful fatherly relationship with Billy throughout the film. They have a very tender, loving relationship, and at no point is it suggested that it is inappropriate, that it's crossing a line, that it's sexual in nature. He just happens to be this closeted gay teacher who takes this poor kid under his wing and becomes like a mentor to him. Um, and there's this beautiful scene at the end where Billy fights off his aunt, and spoiler alert, he kills her. And the first thing he does, like any other movie, it would just like
I was gonna
end
go watch
there.
it.
I know. Sorry. You should still watch it.
All right, I'll go.
But like any other movie, probably would have just ended there. But instead, it actually shows him, he like stumbles over to the phone, he picks it up, he calls his coach and just says, I need your help. And the coach comes and shows up to comfort him. And it's just, for the time frame and the type of movie that it is, it's just this really, really surprising subversion of what were really some very harmful stereotypes about older gay men in positions of authority at that time. Um, So it's a depiction of a father-like figure, a paternal figure that I just hold really near and dear to my heart, being a gay man myself. And yeah, I will take any opportunity to draw people's attention to it. Everybody should watch it.
That's so cool. What was the title again, though? Because like
Yeah, it's called Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker.
Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker. That's crazy.
Yeah, it had another working title, which I'm not gonna remember right now off the cuff, but that's what you'll find it under. It has like a very made for TV movie feel to it. Like technically, it is not like a work of art. It's not some amazingly made movie, but I wrote an
Sounds great.
article for it for Horror Press that you could look up, and yeah, just really, really cool subversions of these tropes, which I love to see from earlier time frames.
That's cool. Like some movies, you just wish you would get a sequel, or not so much a movie sequel. Just want to know how these characters, fared after this ending. This sounds like one of those endings where, like, I wonder if you zoom in 10 years down the line, how things would have been. That dynamic, or how people would still be. Like,
Absolutely.
sounds like a very sweet ending, aside from the aunt killing them. But
Yeah,
it's
so
like
I mean, there's
necessary.
impalements, there's murder, there's
Yeah, but like
mayhem,
the
but
thing, it sounded necessary though. The aunt had to go though.
mhm,
Yeah, it sounds like a sweet, sweet ending. It sounds like
Yeah.
it movie cares, which is great.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And yeah, rare example of a really wholesome father figure in
Yeah,
horror,
cool.
which we need.
Yeah,
So
agreed.
yeah, so
Thumbs up.
Martin,
Okay.
who
So
oh yeah,
my next one, you're gonna see
thumbs up
my.
for Coach Landers for sure.
We need a thumbs up because I'm about to. No, you're about to see my emerging theme. Although if we get to a third one, I bring it back down. Good place. But my next choice was going to be again about loss. I was going to talk about Donald Sutherland's character in Don't Look Now, Nicholas Roeg's
Right.
film. Um,
There's
uh,
a theme emerging.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I bring the whole place down. I think it's mostly because I think, especially now as a dad, you realize that like I didn't really know what fear was until I fear for my kid.
Mm.
Like I have plenty of fears for myself, but they kind of are all meaningless once you realize that you're
Yeah.
responsible for uh, a perfect other being's life, So this movie, if anyone hasn't seen it, Don't Look Now. It's about parents who are grieving the loss of a daughter, and they're in Venice. He's like working on the restoration of a church, like he's like an architect, and they're both coping in different ways, and they meet some mystics, and he's a skeptic, but he starts slowly seeing like images of his daughter in a red raincoat running around Venice, and sort of becomes obsessed with following this image of what he assumes is his daughter, and starts becoming more and more sort of entrenched in his own psychosis as he's going through it. And I guess that it has some more themes to The Changeling in that regard, that it's really about the way we process grief. But
Yeah.
I really liked the thing is that like he's like his wife is processing in a better way, and he's almost kind of wanting to be stoic and like sort of say like I've got to be this rock and it's not really that big of a deal, and also you can't believe all this stuff, you've got to be sort of agnostic to everything, and it's him who's not processing, and you sort of see how that unravels as him realizing he's actually probably more broken up about this than either of them. He's just not knowing how to process it. So it's about like also kind of dissecting how those same tools aren't necessarily like imparted, like or I don't want to say imparted, but allowed or acceptable, especially in that era, to like a masculine father figure to experience like how to process grief. It's like it's okay to cry, man. It's okay to talk about how you're feeling. You don't have to be strong. But we see like a really great exploration in what happens when you're supposed to be strong, societally speaking, and that starts breaking down and becoming the most horrific thing you can imagine. So I really liked that element of it. I guess again, this is not an active father anymore, but it is sort of in the way that he almost seems drawn to chase this ghost figure of his daughter, because he still feels paternally responsible and needs to unravel that. And so I feel like it's almost like chasing fatherhood throughout the movie.
It is like, and without going into spoilers, it's also like a lot of not coping and trying to chase this will ultimately lead to your, like he's chasing something that eventually will catch up with him. And
Yep.
yeah,
I don't want that ending is too good to
too good to spoil. Yeah. Well, it's very interesting. Like, it's also, to be honest, like these sort of themes, like I'm slightly touchy, or like that scares me, like losing your child.
Mhm.
Like, it's such a hard topic, and it's such a, man, I like currently I couldn't write a story about that. Like having that front and center, like that's the most harrowing thing, because in a way, like what you just said, like about keeping somebody safe, now you're responsible, and in a way you fail, like either due to some outside course, like beyond your control, probably, but still you failed, like, or it's a failure, or like your child was not protected, like that sort of mentality or that change. Like, it's also like it's a father after being a father or something like that.
Mhm.
That's very interesting about it. Like, what remains of that fatherhood, like, is it true? Is like once you're labeled as a father, you keep the label, or are you something else now? Is that, what are you still that, or were you only that in relation to that child? Or it's very interesting to think about. And also, like, unthinkable, like the amount of grief or the amount of pain is like insane.
Yeah. It makes me think that, like, I don't know the numbers with this, but I'd be curious to see if you looked at horror movies that looked at parenting, how
Yeah.
many of the ones focused on the maternal perspective are pre-birth about pregnancy. And then I imagine a lot of the paternal ones would be after
Yeah.
birth. It's like
Yeah.
that happens because this is generalizing, but there's almost this idea that it's the mother's job to keep the baby safe
Yes.
until
Yeah,
birth,
yeah.
and then after that, the traditional father
That's such an
becomes the
interesting take. Yeah.
protector.
Yeah. That, I
that
think you have a good scientific basis for that, though, in the sense that I think if you do the data research on that, you'll probably get a lot of more movies about like that birth from a maternal perspective, and a
Mhm.
lot more dad with dealing with grief. It's perhaps it's reminiscent of their biggest fears or something, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what our society tells dads, right? Like
Yeah.
you're not
Yeah.
necessarily expected to be the emotional caregiver or like
No.
to nurture people, but yeah, you just keep people safe, protect your
Also,
family from threats.
it's
got
also a
to
very big emotion. Like, it's not something small. It's like, no, you lost everybody. You failed, right? It's a huge thing. Like, it's a
And
very
you've got to also
painful.
just assume, throughout time, this is like predominantly male writers writing these movies. So we're
Right.
thinking there's like a congruent theme there that's like, okay, clearly an underlying fear of all of these male writers is that I didn't provide,
Yeah.
after and I screwed up. So there's definitely like maybe like a societal psychosis or like some sort of internalized insecurity about that's definitely coming out consistently across the horror board.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Hey, good choice.
Good choice.
Sad tragic choice, but good choice.
Sad dad.
He's not good or bad. He's sad.
Sad.
So Paul, who else do you have for us?
Well, I indeed have a couple lined up, so in case we have repeats. But the
Yeah.
next one I want to go for is another king-ridden father, but a different take on it. It's David Drayton from The Mist, and he's a father
Yes.
guy as well.
I was
There are
wondering
once
if
again
anyone would choose
multiple
him.
takes on it. So what I find interesting about this story, again, like I read it when I was quite young, and it always stuck out with me, like The Mist, and I think it touched many people. Like The Mist rolls in, they're stuck in a supermarket, they don't know what's out there, but slowly they realize like it's very otherworldly. The monsters they keep encountering are bigger and bigger and bigger, more frightening, but actually they're the things that are happening at the supermarket, they become sort of a tribalistic cult, and people are so fearful of things that are outside that they start killing each other and hurting each other. And he has to navigate and keep his son safe in between that sort of breakdown of this microcosmos, which I think is super interesting because, and once again, there are multiple takes on it. So I think there's like you got the TV movie even, or TV series, right? Like there's those multiple takes
Oh
on
yeah,
it.
there was a series, wasn't there?
There's a
Got
series
It
a
as
was a
well.
really
Frank
weird one,
Darabont's
right? If I remember.
Yeah. but you got the movie, the Frank Darabont one, and you got the short story one. And I think, interestingly enough, that the movie took it further than the book did. And in the book, in the end, like, he is able to protect his son up until the end of the book. But the world as we know it is gone. It's overtaken by otherworldly forces, and now it becomes some sort of prelude to a survival story. Like, we might have to live here in this, like, whatever it is, and we might end up dying. Doesn't live like give off a closed off answer, only like society's gone and stuff like that. But I think what the movie did well is that it took the themes that were in there and pushed it to an extreme, whereas, like, no, the loss of hope and the amount of fear that one can project upon things are more dangerous than the things are actually out there. It sort of negates that in the sense that the monsters still kill other people as well, but still, fearing losing hope is actually the darkest thing that you can do as a human. And they lose hope eventually. The dad and I will go into spoilers because it's one big spoiler, I suppose. So
yeah, that movie, you got to talk about the end, right?
yeah, right. So okay,
Everyone's seen it at this point, right? Like,
yeah,
I feel like
probably
it's an infamous ending.
infamous ending, right? For a father, so he's protecting the son all throughout the movie, keeping him safe. They drive off into the mist with his car. Like, there's two other people there as well that they took with them. And there's nowhere else to go. The monsters close in, and we've seen a lot of horrible deaths, what these monsters are capable of. And this guy thinks, like, I think the best way out is to kill those two people and also shoot my son, and then shoot myself. But I don't, like, in the end, he doesn't have enough bullets. But he loses hope. He wants to protect his son from a fate worse than death, one would say, like or a horrible death at least. And so he ends up shooting him and killing him. And then, as soon as he killed his son, the military arrives and they've got it all covered, and it was only like a temporary thing, and everything's back to normal in some sort of COVID thing sense. Like, it's all gone now. So they roll it out, and people are safe, and he's left with this terrible feeling of, like, oh no, if only I lasted a little bit longer and kept hope for like 5 more minutes, then I would have not killed my son. And why did I shoot my son? And he was doing that out of love, out of protection, but in that sense gave him the worst fate. So I think that's a super interesting father figure, in the sense that, like, he's portrayed as a very positive, hopeful guy all throughout the movie, the very standardy, I'd say, action type of hero. Like, it's also played by Thomas Jane as a rough, tough kind of guy. He gets it down, he's smart, on top of things all the time. Very little flaws aside from not being so emotional, I'd say. Like, that might be his only flaw. He's very much like stoic guy, gets it done. And in the end, he loses hope, and he's actually, in some way, the bad guy, killing his kid. And I think, like, you can read it in multiple ways. You can read it like he killed his kid, and now they're rescued. But it was also like him killing the kid caused this sort of karmic retribution of, like, see, like, if only you kept your kid along, like, yeah, this was a test of your fate. And I think of trusting your system and keeping it protective and staying true to the end. I think that's a very interesting take on that. And I think Darabont, or whoever was creatively in charge with providing that ending, really strengthened the themes of that movie. And it is just a very interesting take on fatherhood, in the sense that you're both the protector, the archetype, and also the ultimate evil, killing your own son.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Yeah.
great choice. I feel like that was actually, I think I've read a thing that's like one of the only times where Stephen King actually thanked Darabont for like making the book better. Like,
Yeah.
it was better. He's like, I couldn't come up with that ending. That ending was better than what I came up with, and he never does that. So I think that's
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's
It
a
is a
tragic one.
It's tragic.
I feel like for me, that one just like speaks to this extreme example of just like the ultimate truth of parenting, which is that there is no perfect answer. Like,
Right.
we are all gonna make mistakes. You're gonna sometimes choose the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is taken to the nth degree, but I think that is something that like all parents have to make peace with to some extent is like you're going to do things that hurt your kid. You're going to do things that
Yeah.
backfire. That in retrospect turns out was the wrong choice.
There's
Yeah.
also I'm gonna screw up the quote, but there's a Star Trek quote because I'm a nerd. It's like it's possible to make all of the right decisions and still fail. And it's like a really hard lesson to learn because it doesn't seem like something that we're sort of taught. We're sort of taught a more dichotomist sort of line of thinking, whereas
Yeah.
like you made a mistake, that's why something didn't work out, or you did something right, and that's why it works out. But it is just like some complexity of adulthood and parenthood, especially of you can do everything in your power to do the right thing, like in the end of the mist, and do what you think is right and really do it. And it still cannot work out because that's just life, unfortunately. It's not fully in our control.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
sure. Well, hey, yeah, good. How do we even rate him? Is he a good bad? Is he a
I think he's
dad? A bad dad?
that was the most painful decision he could have made ever. So like, and it hurt him to make that decision and did it fully self-sacrificing. Yes, it's awful that it worked out that way, but a good dad, I guess. I don't.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give him the
I
benefit
would
of the
agree with
doubt.
that.
He's a good dad.
Well, he's a good dad killing his kid, but like you know,
Oh, man.
it was a
Only in a horror
only in a horror. It was a
podcast could
choice
that
made out of
sentence
love.
come out of your
Oh.
mouth. Well, good choice. So yeah, I'll bring us around. Like I said, I was going to choose Jack Torrance and have a balance of a good dad and a bad dad, but I'm going to go with one of my backups, and I'm going to have two good dads. In the Train to Busan, I'm going to kind of do a twofer because I feel like they're two sides of the same coin. But Suk-Yu and Sung-Hwa, the two fathers in that movie. Have you two seen Train to Busan?
I have seen it, but
Mm.
like I have a hard time figuring out what their father role was. To be honest, like I
Yeah.
remember a lot of visuals.
So there's like, I mean, it's this really cool zombie flick taking place on the train.
Yeah.
The main character, and I do apologize if I'm not pronouncing them correctly, but Suk-Woo, he is a businessman who's traveling with his daughter. I want to say he's bringing her to visit her mom because they're divorced, I think. Um, and then Sang-Hwa is another expectant father that they encounter on the train where he's there with his pregnant wife. Um, and you know, I love Train to Busan. It's one of those great movies. It's a really simple premise. Like it doesn't get super deep or philosophical, but it's just so solidly done and well made that I really enjoy it. And it's kind of the same with both of these father figures. They're kind of simple journeys, but just really enjoyable ones to watch. So, like the main character, you know, starts off as this kind of distant father. He's just interested in his job, doesn't pay his daughter a whole lot of mind, isn't particularly nurturing. Whereas Sang-Hwa from the beginning, he is like very excited about having a baby, and he's so into it, and he's so paternal. Um, and they both as the zombies attack and they fight to defend themselves and everybody, they both kind of meet in the middle, I feel, and like both in their own ways find just like kind of find that inner strength to as we've talked about a little bit in this conversation, just like care for their family, defend their family, do whatever they have to do. um you know, it's a very wholesome message. It's I don't know, maybe doesn't ring true to all parenting journeys, uh, but it, you know, it gives us something to
I
hope
don't
for,
know. I
right?
feel like
That
most parenting does feel like you're on a train full of zombies trying to survive. Maybe that's just me, but I'm not sure.
oh, it's very true. And I just like the idea of taking this trope of the, you know, the disengaged dad, the one who's not really that into fatherhood, but when push comes to shove, you know, they ultimately they do love their child. They find that connection and they find that will to put their child ahead of their own wellness.
Right.
Uh, yeah, it's just
Great.
kind of
Self-sacrifice.
nice father figures.
Yeah. It's cool.
That
Yeah.
what you just said about that kind of reminds me of Bong Joon-ho's The Host.
Yeah.
The whole like not being a father figure and having to sort of rise to that occasion because you're thrust into it, and that being the journey is like, oh, realizing you have to actually step up and be a dad, which is also kind of a horror thing, but I love that aspect as well.
Oh, totally. Yeah, because there's something like no matter how prepared you are to be a parent, like you're never fully prepared. And something I've said since becoming a dad is I knew that being a dad would be hard, but all the ways that I thought it was going to be hard are not the ways that it ended up being hard. Like I have been caught off guard by every challenge I have had as a father. It was not stuff I expected. It wasn't stuff that I thought that I was going to struggle with. And so, yeah, I think there is something really like heartening about realizing that like even if you screw up, even if you don't show up the way that you should at the beginning, it's hopefully kind of never too late to redeem yourself and try again and do better.
Mm.
Yeah.
We're all learning. We're all learning as we go. It turns out there's no manual for this, and horror movies may or may not be the best guide along the way for how to be a dad.
To be determined. You guys will have to promise me you come back in like 10 or 15 years and we'll compare notes and see if this was the right manual to follow, see how all of our kids showed up or turned out. Well, did you guys want to just did you have any other fathers that you didn't mention that you just want to like rapid fire? Just
Rapid fire, that's cool. Yeah.
The only one I had on my list was Martin Brody from Jaws. I had him as a backup. But
Right.
Yeah, that's a good choice. Yeah.
Mhm.
I was going to say Craig T. Nelson in Poltergeist. It's like my one positive dad. You've got a guy who literally gives up his career to spend all of his energy in that moment just trying to get his daughter back. So like, gets rid of that whole thing, that whole ego trip, and actually tries to step up. I mean, it's maybe a little late, but it's like, doing the best. That's my one positive dad.
He's quintessential great horror dad.
Yeah. We're a decent horror dad.
Another one I had was Harry Mason from Silent Hill. It's in the games, but there's a movie as well. But like, just for context, you play as him in the first one, the first Silent Hill, and you lose your daughter after a car accident. She goes into town, you chase after her, and it turns out through all these sort of machinations that actually she was your adoptive daughter. So we learned that through the story that it's not his biological daughter. But I think the strong point is like he never mentions this or cares about that fact. Like to him, it's like his daughter, there's no adoptive daughter or there's no tendency, there's no mention of that. I think that's super sweet. I think that's really, really wholesome. And there's like, even in other games where their relationship is expanded upon, it's never like that dynamic, like, oh no, he adopted her or whatever. It's like, just like, no, he's her father, she's his daughter. I think that's super beautiful. Like it feels like when we're talking about self-sacrifice and being there for somebody else, I think that's also like the fatherhood is also like a choice in that sense, and very much a sort of self-sacrificial commitment to guide somebody through life.
Yeah, good choice.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try to do my hostly duties and wrap us up here. Otherwise, we'll be here for another hour. But Martin and Paul, I appreciate you coming to talk to me about this awesome topic. I think there's a lot more that we could say about it, and we should make that happen sometime. But thank you to both of you. Everybody listening, you should seek out Paul's movies, Meat Kills and Kind, and Martin's movie, Lily Lives Alone. They're amazing. Both also really cool, unique and dark explorations of parenthood. And to everybody watching, thank you for supporting Macabre Daily in our first Stream-A-Thon and the Trevor Project. And we'll talk to you all soon. All right. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
That was amazing. Thank you so much to Brian, as well as to Martin and Paul for their amazing insights around fatherhood, being a dad in horror, and talking about some of our favorite horror daddies. So just a quick update for everyone that's watching the stream. We are halfway through, so this is outstanding. We've got some really fun conversations going on the YouTube channel. So please, if you want to get involved with some of the interactive polls and things like that, you can go there. And of course, if it's easier to watch on Instagram, you can watch there, just a little bit less interaction. And I want to also call attention to how much we've raised so far. So as of my most recent calculations, inclusive of our donation plus previous donations from folks like Horror Press, thank you so much. We've reached $525. So that's a little over a third way to our goal. And of course, if we can raise $1,500 for the Trevor Project, that will be amazing. So please, if you can, there is a QR code you can use to donate right there. Also, if you are not able to take a picture of the QR code, you can go to our website, macabredaily.com, and there is the main article right there. There's opportunities for you to donate within that link. So really appreciate everyone's contribution there. So we're going to keep things moving along here. And it's now my turn to entertain you all, hopefully for a little bit of time. So what I've got planned for you today is to talk a little bit about gods as monsters in horror movies. And this is a topic that I was thinking a lot about as someone who is an avid monster movie fan and who also has a very interesting relationship with religion. I felt that this would be a really fun way of looking at how the horror genre not just treats godlike figures, but also how it puts them forth in a more monstrous way. So what we're going to cover in this 30-minute session is just going to go first through an introduction of kind of what we're going to talk about in detail, and why this topic makes so much sense to me. Then we're going to talk about the criteria for inclusion. So as you can imagine, when we just even say the word God, it could include a lot of different meanings. So I want to help provide a definition to highlight what we will be focusing on as opposed to what we won't be. And then we're going to do some grouping. I've got together some, in my compilation of this information, I started to notice a few different trends in terms of how we tend to see gods portrayed in horror films. So I'm going to group them together and highlight the differences and the similarities between them. And then we're going to talk about why they scare us. What is it that makes gods as a figure scary to us, but also what is it about the things that they represent that maybe fly in the face of our previously held beliefs? And finally, at the end, we're going to talk a little bit about what's missing. It is fair and valid to say that this is by no means a comprehensive list. And part of that is because there's only so much time to research this. But the other reason is there's also a lack of representation. So we're going to talk a little about what we can do about that, where we're seeing some gaps, and hopefully get some feedback. And if you're joining the stream on our YouTube channel, please engage in the comments, have a discussion. We have folks that are chiming in there. And if you are joining from Instagram, please keep the conversation in there as well. So without further ado, we're going to continue to just what purpose do gods serve in films? So when we think about the role that gods in horror films particularly play, it's usually as the end-all be-all being that either someone like an acolyte is summoning, or it is kind of the fear that permeates kind of everything that's happening in the film. And oftentimes these gods represent a religious element, but not always a non-secular one, because as you'll talk about in the criteria, we are narrowing our focus just a bit to highlight just a handful of films, not inclusive of all versions of gods. But when we think about their relationship to the narrative in horror, they can represent a few different things. First and foremost, they can be the antagonist, the thing that we are ultimately fearing or that we would hope to avoid. Sometimes they are kind of the mechanism by which the ultimate bad thing happens. So in films like Hellraiser, Hellbound 2, or sorry, Hellbound, Hellraiser 2. You know, Leviathan isn't necessarily the antagonist per se, but it is the mechanism by which Dr. Chenard uses to fuck with the Cenobites, give them a hard time, bring his god forth versus theirs. And there's quite a bit of similarities in terms of how gods are interpreted in horror. Again, most of the time it does come from a religious context, but not always, meaning we're not always given some sort of religious reasoning for this god existing. For example, even the image here from Underwater in 2020, the filmmakers had to actually acknowledge that this was in fact Cthulhu that they were showing, but there's no allusion to that in the film. There's nothing that would make you think or believe that what they're experiencing in that movie has anything to do with religion or some greater power, until of course the amazing ending. And of course, I'm going to give myself some shit here, because as someone who was giving our previous presenters some guff about spoiling movies, I'm now in fact spoiling this one. So feel free to lambast me in the comments. I can take it, I promise. Oh, we hear. Oh, you can't make everyone happy. It's just the way it is. So that's a little about the introduction. You know, gods in horror movies are really interesting because they present these greater ultimate beings that we often don't exist in our world. They tend to add, in terms of the plot and narrative, a lot in terms of giving us some religious context and lore to follow. But at the same time, they often serve as the antagonist, or maybe the thing that the antagonist is trying to bring forth. And while there are a lot of similarities in terms of them being based on religion, kind of the way that they show up is ultimately very different. And I think one of the things we'll see through this is just the different ways in which gods take shape in genre films. And QR code's not working, so apologies anyone if that's the case. We will get that fixed as soon as I'm done here. But the gods apparently may not be so forgiving. So yes, I'll have to flog or maybe flag myself with some cat o' nine tails a little bit later as a punishment. So our criteria for this is going to be somewhat narrow, because if we were to include all versions of God, including the Abrahamic God, which is the one often referred to in Judaism, Catholicism, and Islam, that's an entire subgenre of religious horror movies. So in terms of keeping things somewhat orderly and not making our focus too broad, we're really going to be looking at gods that are not from Abrahamic religions, but we're also going to be looking at gods that come from, both regional religions, for example, Norse gods we might be looking at. But most of the time, these are deities that are not as common today, or maybe less common, particularly here in our Western world. And what that might also include is things that don't exist, right? People that make up gods for the purposes of their narrative. Those are things we'll include here as well. And we won't be talking about folklore, because there's no point. Rather, not say there's no point. That's the wrong thing to say. Folklore has its place in genre, meaning it's got its own subgenre within itself to put movies through. So we're not going to be covering folklore. And if you even try and look for some of the films that might even speak to more religious types of horror, they may not necessarily deal in gods. They may be dealing more in demons. So again, we're not talking about demons here, because that's not a god. We're not talking about folklore, because these tend to be more spirits and non-things that are deity related. And we're moving away and not focusing on Abrahamic religions, because those have an entire subset of movies to serve them. So our first set of groupings of gods is going to be Lovecraftian. This is probably one of the most common groupings that we've seen, largely because Lovecraft has had such I'd say long-lasting, let's put it, impression, even though he's a very complicated character as a person. He's had an extremely long-lasting impression on horror. The irony, of course, this being that he wasn't really alive to be able to enjoy most of that, which is okay, because he was a terrible person, and terrible people don't deserve to reap the fruits of their labors. But with that in mind, we see Lovecraftian gods appear in various ways in genre films. Cabin in the Woods has them being kind of as the ultimate thing that's trying to be warded off. and the demons, so to speak, the things that act as representatives of the old gods, are in fact their horror tropes, things that things like Pinhead, mermen, all of those act as kind of mechanisms to bring forth the older gods, or in some cases ward them off. So we don't get a full glimpse at the Cabin in the Woods gods, but we do get a glimpse into kind of the potential for them at the very end. To the right of Cabin in the Woods is once again underwater. We talked about that in brief in the slide before. The underwater has Cthulhu representation that was validated by the filmmakers themselves. Once again, we don't get a lot of reasons as to kind of why Cthulhu is here. For underwater, it doesn't really much delve into the lore as much as it is more focused on keeping things somewhat broad and ambiguous, and really more focusing on the body horror side of things. And you know what? Underwater came out in 2020 in an unfortunate time when I think a lot of people, rightfully so, were not going to the movies because we couldn't. So it got kind of buried in that in that release cycle of movies that we didn't know what to do with because theaters were closed and not around. Bottom left-hand corner is going to be Dagon. So this is one of the Stuart Gordon adaptation films that is pulled directly from Lovecraft's writing. It's a bit of a mixture between the Shadow over Innsmouth and Dagon, because you have a lot of the people in Innsmouth that are known for their fish-like features are shown. And I was actually on the Cradle to the Grave podcast that Eric Hansen hosts. If you're not following Eric Hansen, you should check out his podcast. He's got amazing guests on. But he somehow invites me for all the movies that nobody wants to take. Well, I was willing to jump on Dagon in a heartbeat because I fucking love this movie, despite the shoddy CGI that's in place. And The Void, Stephen Kostansky is he is persona welcome to everything in these parts. Not only is he one of the best filmmakers out there today, but he does so for independence, and he does so with great budgets, and he's a big champion of practical effects with his own creature studio. And The Void in 2016 was a film that absolutely blew, I think, myself and a ton of people out of the water, with the pyramid god, the pyramid cult that they allude to, that again has this more like tentacle, like Cthulhu vibe, but we never expressly see the monster except for glimpses near the end. And one could consider things like Event Horizon in this category, but again, Event Horizon isn't really articulate where those particular, much a god, more demons, and it more refers to hell. So again, not exhaustive, but some examples of Lovecraftian god-like manifestations. Next up is regional. Regional gods are ones that are directly pulled from just the text, right? Historical text, belief text. We don't get as many regional representations of gods in horror because most of the representations, particularly here in the West, are of non-secular god. So when we think about the relationship that gods from other cultures have, there is somewhat of a deficit there. And there's some reasons for that I'll get to in the end. But if we start at the top left-hand side of this grouping of four, we have the ritual. This is Jotun, which is the kind of Norse god that is referred to in that film. And if any, I think a ritual, like so many of those Netflix originals at the time, really surprised the hell out of a lot of us. I don't think we knew what we were getting into or what we could expect from it, especially since it has that nice slow burn element that so many, folk and kind of deity-based horror films tend to have, where they really hold the reveal to the third act. But once that reveal comes, oh man, what an absolute, one of the better reveals, I'd say, and certainly one of the best, if not the best, horror film that Netflix originals have been put out. So if you have not seen The Ritual, do yourself the kindness, especially if you have a Netflix account, go ahead and stream it. And then, of course, to the right of that, there is Anubis. And The Pyramid is a film that I don't think a lot of people either have seen, and if they have seen it, maybe they didn't enjoy it. That's completely fair criticism because it's a bit of a slog to get through for the first two acts. But the third act has something that I think, as a creature-loving horror fan, I truly enjoyed, is that we get to see a version of Anubis on screen. And for those that aren't aware, and I'm certainly not going to do this justice, so I know that Doa from Macabre Daily will call me out if I don't get my Egyptian history right, so I will do my best to keep it accurate. But Anubis is the god of death, I want to say. and Anubis takes the shape of a dog of some sort. So in his in his tangible form, if you will, known for incredible strength. Known for incredible strength, speed, agility. And in the pyramid, it's easily the best thing about the film. He's freaking terrifying. So the pyramid, of course, or rather Egyptian culture and folklore is something that we actually don't get enough of. If I had to be quite honest, I wish there was a lot more of it. There's one of the movies that I loved as a kid, and I'm sure some folks my age would feel the same way about, is Stargate. And one of the coolest things about Stargate was that you got to see like these versions of these kind of almost techno Egyptian gods like Ra and Set and Anubis. So I just think we should get more Egyptian horror, and particularly more Egyptian horror that focuses on some of the culture and the lore germane to that part of the world. So going down to our bottom left-hand side, we have Drog. So Drog is a film from, I want to say 2020. Oh, I just had this up. If I just scroll through this, I'm gonna get lost. But Drog is a 2018. It's a Swedish historical horror film taking place in the 11th century Viking Age. It deals with kind of the Draugr, which is an old Nordic god. Pretty gross little thing. Drog is a pretty good movie. It's pretty slept on. I'm not sure why more folks haven't seen it. But if you fancy yourself someone interested in Norse mythology and Norse horror, certainly willing to worth checking out. Not sure where you can stream it, but do yourself a favor and Google it. You find that out. Bottom right-hand side is a film that, first of all, rest in peace, Larry Cohen, the true guerrilla filmmaker of New York City. But Q the Winged Serpent is an abbreviation for Quetzalcoatl, which again, I might be, as a half Mexican, I'm doing my heritage no justice if I butcher that. But Q the Winged Serpent is one of the most bonkers and fun monster movies out there, largely because it's so much endeared to the ways in which Ray Harryhausen was making films like Jason and the Argonauts and Sinbad at the Seven Seas, because it uses stop motion animation to showcase and put the giant Quetzalcoatl god at the top of iconic New York City locations like the Empire State Building. If you love Larry Cohen and you haven't seen Q the Winged Serpent, I highly advise you to don't stop this stream, finish watching it to the end, because we love you and we want to see you. But make sure you pick that up after. I'm pretty sure that Q is streaming on all kinds of services like Tubi. So for the love of God, for the love of Quetzalcoatl, do yourself the kindness and go seek out Q the Winged Serpent. And rest in peace, Larry Cohen. Gone too soon. Our next grouping of gods are probably our largest grouping. Is going to be the singular gods. Now, singular gods are ones that they're just not based in any sort of history or fact. So they're all made up. They might be based in some kinds of fact, but for the purposes of the films that they're in, they do not have any relationship to something we could tether to history or in any meaningful way. So there's quite a few on this page. I'm just going to breeze through them for the sake of our time. But the first one, Hellraiser 2, Hellbound. We don't get a huge glimpse of Leviathan, but Leviathan is in fact kind of the overarching god of Clive Barker's version of hell. It's the one thing that Channard gets converted to a Cenobite by, and while we're not truly given a relationship that Leviathan has to the rest of the Cenobites, we can assume there's some antagonism there, just because they seem to be pitted against one another. As a massive Hellraiser fan, I love the world and the version of hell that Clive Barker put forward. I think that besides just kind of the first four films, I think there's so much more to explore there that we haven't yet, and I hope that we get more Hellraiser films that are similar to Bruckner's, albeit maybe kind of foregoing some of the tethering it to the real reality of addiction and things like that. Below that is Ghostbusters. So we have Gozer, Goes the Gozerian. So Goes the Gozerian, even though it is kind of articulated as being something that's from Sumerian culture, is not really in the way that the Ghostbusters puts it forward. We see versions of Gozer in 2 Ghostbusters films. First is the original film, where Gozer is the main antagonist, and of course in Ghostbusters Afterlife in 2021. I will be honest in saying I've not seen Ghostbusters Afterlife, so I can't speak to Gozer's presence in that film. But what I can say is that Gozer in Ghostbusters is, while not having tons of screen time, extremely effective in its duty as being kind of a fearful god, something that strikes, complete terror into you just by looking at you, and also has 2 of the most evil-looking puppies you've ever seen in your entire life. So there was a question earlier about kind of atheist gods, or not, or atheist kind of versions of horror, and Prince of Darkness is one that was suggested. Of course, we kind of get a version of liquid green gel Satan to some extent, but it's very cosmic in its approach. And I think one of the things that Carpenter really highlighted in Prince of Darkness is that gods don't have to be, things that look like us, but can be something that's we completely don't understand and exists in a form that almost flies in the face of what we'd expect. Our bottom left-hand corner has the Prince of Darkness from Legend. Now, Legend's not a straight horror film, but Tim Curry's makeup and the performance from Tim Curry are certainly enough to warrant it as being something that is horrific. And again, Tim Curry doesn't get a ton of screen time as the character. And even when we do get to see the Lord of Darkness, we usually don't get to see it in him in full. But it is an amazing piece of production design and costume work. And if you haven't seen Legend, it's not going to be for everybody, but it's certainly one of my favorite films. And Tim Curry's performance is, without a doubt, one of the reasons he's an icon. Moving right along, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this one right, I'm pretty sure, but Cathoga, which is from The Relic. The Relic is low-key an underrated monster movie that a lot of people have slept on. The book was really, really good. It was adapted to into film in 1997, released to some fanfare. I don't think it did as well as maybe they had hoped, but it definitely warrants your a revisit, and Stan Winston's creature work is fantastic. To the right of that, we have Incantation. In an Incantation, the god reference here is Daae. Now, Daae is a real god, but the way in which Daae is talked about in Incantation is not authentic to the way that the god shows up in culture. So again, it's an interesting way of using the deity and using reality as a reference point, but not necessarily making it beholden to some of the rules and religions that it's derived from. 2021, The Medium, that is Bayan. Bayan, I believe, Indonesian. And again, we don't get to see much of Bayan in terms of in taking a human shape, but we do get references to Bayan as being kind of the malevolent presence that is being prayed to. And I don't think the person on the bottom right-hand side needs any introduction to most horror fans, particularly those that are, Gen Z and above, but it's Bughuul from Sinister. One of the things that I think made Sinister so effective is that it doesn't just simply rinse repeat the demonology that we saw in The Conjuring or others or Insidious, but instead actually brings forth like an actual god. And while Bughuul is based in some fact, it's definitely not the version of Bughuul we get in Sinister. Again, while it may be based in some reality, the way it's being leveraged in terms of the filmmaking is totally for show. So I think all of this is like, why did God scare us? And I think one of the things that, in regards to gods and why they might strike fear into our hearts, first is that we just generally have a fear of the unknown, things that we cannot explain. It's why we can be conspiracy brains sometimes. It's why we feel the need to compulsively know answers to things, even if they don't serve us meaningful ways. For example, if you've ever gone through like a bad breakup, it's like sometimes the answer may not actually help you with the solution, but instead we just need to know. Our need to know helps bring order and sense to the world. If we don't have order and sense in the world, what are we, right? That's the blessing and the burden of our cognition. Also, unlimited and unchecked power is something that is extremely terrifying. And I think a lot of us in the US right now who are politically upset right now would agree that unlimited and unchecked power is absolutely fucking terrifying. You know, it's sad to think that there's an unchecked level of control that people have over other people's bodies, other people's decision making, other people's choices. And that's something that's represented in genre through gods, which is that, you know, they tend to be all powerful beings that can usurp all the things that we're held back by as mortals, as people that have an expiration date. So whether that's being immortal themselves and not being able to die, whether that's kind of the ability to create fanaticism around them, all of those are things that can, you know, again, terrify us. Similarly, though, gods are also given the ability to kind of control our fate, our destiny. And if we believe that gods play a role in manifesting destiny in some way, shape, or form, then that certainly can strike a lot of fear into us, because that means we lose the control on our own agency. And our lack of agency is something that continually terrifies us, whether it's kind of at a very literal level, meaning we're losing access to specific rights, or at a more figurative level, like, you know, we may not be in control of our ultimate destination in life. And I think that idea is really paralyzing, that if we don't have some sort of control over the outcome, it makes us maybe beg the question, what's the point? And I think that's why gods can scare us, is that they kind of usurp our agency in a way that eliminates us from the equation, when we believe so much in our ability to be not just in control, but also have some sort of ways of changing what's ahead of us. And I realize that I have a misspelling in here. So defies is definitely not a word. It's deities I meant to put here. Or I'm sorry, I'm reading this wrong. I put defies. This is the fun of live stuff. But the final thing I think that scares us about gods is that they defy our previously held beliefs. They challenge what we expect to know. And this particularly is related to non-secular belief systems, where if you let's say believe in kind of a singular one God, then what happens if there's something else out there? What happens if there is more than one God? What if the God that we pray or you pray to isn't the ultimate being or God? And I think that challenging of our previously held beliefs, again, goes back to some of these other themes about challenging our sense of control and order in the world. And the more things that become unknown, the more terrifying the world can become. Now, of course, the reason why so many of us enjoy horror, is because it allows us to experience things like the unknown, like challenging our beliefs in a more safe environment. But I think part of what, we talk about in this kind of next slide is that even though we have all of these great representations, what is ultimately missing is that we just don't get a lot of global representation of gods on screen. When I was doing research for this, one thing that became immediately clear is that there's just not a lot of representation in when it comes to gods and horror of Eastern religion and Middle Eastern religions. Part of that may be due to the sensitivity, right? As we know that, when we put images of, or in the Islam belief, it's, you're not supposed to put images of God up there, or even the Prophet Muhammad. So obviously that brings a level of difficulty in trying to bring some of these things to life. I do want to shout out, though, a short film from last year from Ramon Manon, which is called Virgin, which is a horror film about the birth of Christ. And it's all filmed in Aramaic. It's highly authentic. And I just love that film to bits. And I hope it gets out there for the world to see. But it's a great example of like how you can take kind of this history and show it in a more authentic way. But given that there is representation lacking, particularly from places like Africa, the Middle East, and also parts of other parts of Asia, some of this might speak to a problem with access and distribution. As horror becomes, we just covered actually on Macabre Daily Heritage, which is the first horror film to come from Corsica. And, as genre is becoming more known in different parts of the world, more access to filmmaking is opening up by the tooling and mechanisms. I think it's really important that we continually put an emphasis on trying to find and highlight and bring to the fray versions of horror that maybe aren't things that we're most familiar or comfortable with. So this maybe is a bit of a call to action that, if you're a distributor watching this, whether it's live or recorded, consider trying to branch out and finding, other types of genre films that focus on other types of cultures, that give us new perspectives to appreciate, because so much of what the J-horror explosion in the 90s and the 2000s was derived from was because so few people in the West had actually seen what Japanese horror was about and what it could be about. And I think once you get a sense of something that's different, it obviously triggers the curiosity to know more. So please give us more of different gods from different cultures. There's like a whole book of yokai, right? Like they're like kind of demons, so to speak, of Japanese culture. So just there's a rich tapestry of history we can pull from here. So that's my presentation. That's my time, if you all will. I want to thank everyone who's chimed in the comments for contributing, keeping this going, and also everyone who's watching on the Instagram stream. I was made aware while this is going on that the QR code was not working, so I'm going to fix that now while I am getting our next speaker ready to go. So welcoming to the stage our very own Ryan Fitzmartin. Ryan, how are you?
Hello, I'm here.
You are here.
Hi, everybody. I guess you can't really see my Resident Evil RPD shirt, but I'll show you my RPD shirt. I don't know how I'm going to follow up that incredible presentation on gods and monsters, but I shall do my best.
You got this.
All right. So it looks like I am here to talk about Resident Evil, and that's because I am a massive fan of Resident Evil. I am going to take you through the history of Resident Evil's side content. And what I mean by that is the extra game modes that come from beyond the main story. Resident Evil has a long and myriad history of these extra game modes because the games are fairly short usually, and they're meant to be replayed, and they have all sorts of additional content with them. Whether you're a fan or new to the series, this is a great way to learn about the history. And then through that, I'm going to make some predictions about what hopefully we will see for Resident Evil Requiem, which has released at this point just with a campaign mode, which is highly replayable with a few new difficulties and unlockables. But I think a lot of people are ready to see what's next. And the best way to find out what's next is by looking at the history. So without any further ado, I'll hop right into it. The history of side modes started with Resident Evil 2 on PS1. You had the Fourth Survivor and the Tofu Survivor. That is a walking tofu, yes. And the now infamous Hunk. These are pretty low quality things. This is from the PlayStation 1. And these side modes were just simple run and gun missions. Get to the end of a level on a time attack, kind of a time attack challenge thing. In Resident Evil 3, they evolved it by inventing the Mercenaries, which was, again, a run-through mission where you could play as different mercenaries from the UCSB. But they added the ability to increase your score through killing more enemies and the ability to increase your time through saving hostages. So more depth came through this Mercenaries mode, which is a name that has stuck despite not really featuring that many mercenaries anymore, as we'll see in Resident Evil 4, which did have Krauser, who is a mercenary. But this is where the game mode was defined. So RE4 made it kind of this wave-based survival thing where you got combos and where you got the ability to, you can see the 31 in a row up there at the top. You would get combos. You try to keep your combo up, and you try to extend your time so you could get longer combos. And the Mercenaries was immensely popular in Resident Evil 4. They brought back Hunk from Resident Evil 2. Here's an example of a post-game score screen. I'm using the Wii version because, as everybody knows, Resident Evil 4 is most fun on the Wii. fight me in the comments if you disagree. I've pulled some footage from the internet, and some footage is mine. This is pulled. I didn't dig out my Wii to get this footage, but again, you can see you kill a bunch of enemies, you get a score, you get a max combo, you get a rank. This is an example of a great score playing as Hunk. But there were many playable characters. You could play as Leon, you could play as Ada, Krauser, Wesker, and people love this mode. I spent hours on this. I have many friends who spent hours and hours and hours once you've beaten Resident Evil a bunch, just playing the mercenaries, trying to get that high score with the loadouts on the different maps. It was incredibly fun and incredibly popular. And Resident Evil 4, I think, kind of defined with the mercenaries what a mini game would look like for Resident Evil. Now, Resident Evil 4 also had two other things. Initially on the GameCube, Assignment Ada, but then on later ports to PlayStation 2 and beyond, Separate Ways, which was also incredibly revolutionary in putting in a whole new side campaign following Ada Wong, which took place parallel to the main campaign. And this is about 4, 5, 6 more hours of gameplay with saving, shops. It's a full new, shorter campaign, but still a full new campaign that was added in to later versions of the game to give players more to play through. And Separate Ways remains iconic. I would say probably the most beloved Resident Evil side campaign. There have been some new ones recently that I'll talk about that people could debate about, but Separate Ways kind of set the mold for after the game comes out, when you make a new version, when you make a gold edition, a Game of the Year edition, a port to the PS2, I believe, you add this whole new game mode for people to enjoy in Separate Ways. And it enriches the story greatly by allowing you to play from Ada's point of view and see from Ada's point of view. And then if you're an Ada Leon fan like I am here, Ada Leon all day. Wesley's an Ada Leon. He just tried to poke in. He's an Ada Leon shipper too. You know, you got to love it. Resident Evil 5 took the mercenaries, made it co-op, which is a great invention. Shout out to everybody who I've played the mercenaries co-op with. If you're watching, my sister, my friend Nico, Alex, Andrew, anyone, Marcus, who I've played mercenaries co-op with for hours and hours. The internet randoms whose names I'll never remember. Many great hours. This is the PS3 version. I tried to get an old screenshot from someone's PS3 run through. This version was so popular that every time they ported it, they added new characters. So you went from like the first 4, 5, or 6 that you had to the dozen characters that you have here in the Mercenaries United. Rebecca, multiple versions of Sheva, Jill in the Lost in Nightmares outfit. It was so beloved. They kept updating it every time they would move the game to a new system. And even today, if you go on and you play this game that is now over a decade old, ported to the PS4 and PS5, you'll still find a very active community of Mercenaries fans playing Resident Evil 5's The Mercenaries United, which is, yeah, it's still going strong. I mean, people are still playing the Mercenaries. I popped on just to refresh my memory, and it was easy to find a match. People absolutely love this game. This might be the ultimate form of the Mercenaries. RE5's The Mercenaries. It's iconic. It's so much fun. But RE5 also introduced Lost in Nightmares, which was a really cool story-heavy campaign that played very different with a much more horror focus, featuring Jill and Chris in a prequel investigating a Spencer mansion. And it was kind of a tribute to Resident Evil 1, while also it was a direct tribute to Resident Evil 1, complete with Moonlight Sonata. But bringing that co-op energy of Chris and Jill, it is very fun. It has a very memorable Wesker fight. Not the memorable Wesker fight from the main game, but still a very memorable one. And there was also a Desperate Escape, which is a shorter, kind of more fun, shooty time thing with Jill that's just more in line with the run and gun escape stuff from early RE2 and 3 games. And then they had a versus mode, a few of them. They're kind of fun. They're not immensely popular. Some people are still playing them. They're very janky. They're very goofy. But yeah, Resident Evil 5 allowed you to shoot your friends for the first time. And that was kind of fun in a Resident Evil game, I guess. Mercenaries was so popular at this time that the 3DS got a Mercenaries game that was just the Mercenaries. And as you can see, I've got this very low-res shot, because it was on the 3DS, of Claire in the Resident Evil 4 village. And this was kind of just like the throw everything at the wall Mercenaries game. Sadly, no port, very defunct. Don't know how to play it today. I never got to play it. I didn't have a 3DS, but people seem to really like just playing a pure Mercenaries game, which tells you how popular the Mercenaries is. Resident Evil 6 then came along and tried to add all these new versus modes that were not very well liked. The Resident Evil 6 Mercenaries is still kind of fun. It has a lot less content than United. They kind of skimped on this one. So I don't really know what they were thinking here, which is something that you could ask for all of Resident Evil 6. They did add this No Mercy thing, which I think they retroactively added it to the 5 ports, which is just harder Mercenaries. Resident Evil 6 Mercenaries is not very good because Resident Evil 6 is not very good. Again, you can come at me in the comments if you so wish on that, but it's not great. I'm sorry. I tried playing it again to prep for this. I played a lot of Resident Evil to prep for this presentation. 6 is bad. It's just bad. Salute to Andrew and Nico for putting up with it with me, but it's bad. We took kind of a big swing here, or not we, I mean Capcom did with the Revelations games, trying to make it more of a RPG-ish experience. Yes, 6 is bad. I agree. It's bad. I'm sorry. Revelations tried to make it more of an RPG-ish experience. You can see in the raid mode for Revelations, the enemies have like health bars. Odd decision. The levels were kind of ranked. You got bonuses. You got BP to spend on upgrading your various characters, which had levels and unlocks and powers. You know, I know some people really loved it. I put some time into it. I think that it doesn't work, and I think fans largely are not committed to it in the way that they were the Mercenaries. I think it was largely rejected as an innovation on the Mercenaries. RPG elements and Resident Evil, I don't think mix personally. And I think fans were not tremendously happy with it. It was a cool experiment. It was fun for a while when we really only had the Revelations games to play. And Lord knows I played a lot of Revelations too. But it just kind of got ditched, especially because most of the maps were just remasters of the 6 maps. And again, like grinding and Resident Evil does not mesh. You know, I love Diablo 4. I can't wait for Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred to come out, but I'm zooming all over the place. This is cool. But grinding in Resident Evil, I don't think that's anything that anyone really wanted. So raid mode got ditched. And now we're in the modern era. Here we are, the RE engine, Resident Evil 7. Let's get real. Resident Evil 7 had more DLC and more extra modes than I could talk about in this presentation. It had an absolute wealth. I could talk about this one for an hour. I won't. I'll try to cover the basics. It had about 8 modes. 21, which is the most disturbing. If my parents are watching the stream, Mom, look away. This is the most disturbing version of blackjack you could ever play. It was blackjack by way of Saw. It was horrifying in VR, but it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. But it was blackjack, and the stakes are, as you can see, your fingers. Daughters was kind of a very short but emotional prequel, kind of taking back that Lost in Nightmares energy of doing a short but weighty prequel story. And I really like Daughters. I think it's a beautiful, short, terrifying thing. Yes, RE7 Blackjack, so memorable. Daughters, really, really well-crafted, tight experience. And then they added all this other stuff, which was the banned footage, Jack's birthday, Ethan Must Die. Too much to get into all of it. Some of it was kind of Mercenaries-esque with the banned footage stuff where you did have a wave survival mode. Some of it was more puzzle gamey, where you had no weapons and just had to escape. With Resident Evil 7, they were just doing everything. They were throwing it all at the wall. And I kind of loved it. They tried everything. And then even after that, they did a full Chris-based post-game story called Not a Hero, where you played as Chris Redfield. And then after that, did a full other DLC called End of Zoe, where you played as Jack Baker rescuing Zoe with a completely revamped combat system, which came out like over a year and a half after, and brought this game back to life. And that is the beauty of these game modes that Capcom does, is that Resident Evil games live forever because Capcom is always adding to them and always remastering them. And it's a beautiful thing. And End of Zoe is fantastic. Resident Evil 7 is phenomenal. I could talk about this all day, but what I'll say is that, you know, if they did something like Resident Evil 7 DLC, where they just started launching all these brilliant different modes to try to explore every facet of the game and supported it for years, that would be beautiful. That would be a beautiful thing. I don't think that'll happen, but it would be a beautiful thing. Resident Evil 8 came a little bit down to earth. They put in Mercenaries. Again, worst Mercenaries, in my opinion, raid mode Mercenaries. I don't think it works great. They tried to mesh raid mode with Mercenaries, and the result is not very good. Let's just leave it at that. But what I also did was Shadows of Rose, which again was a fully revolutionized post-game DLC. As you'll see, and also I'll talk about at the end, a lot of this is either stories that take place as prequels or as epilogues to Resident Evil games. And this was quite a beautiful thing they did with Shadows of Rose. You can kind of see it. Yes, the levels are tedious in Resident Evil 8. That is a fair point. But that's kind of why it's raid mode. The raid mode levels are tedious. No, what are you going to do? It was a nice idea to bring Mercenaries back. I just think it didn't work. But Shadows of Rose was beautiful. You can see Rose kind of as the dry run here for Grace's gameplay in this a little bit. I think very effective, very good, very emotional. If you're invested in the Winters story, shout out to my sister, who I think is the single biggest Winters family fan in the whole world. I think she has an Ethan #1 Dad of the Year mug that I got her. Beautiful game mode. Would love something like this. Now we're in the remake era, and Resident Evil 2 paid tribute to My Sister Is Awesome. Yes, thank you. I can't see who commented that, but My Sister Is Awesome, and I've shared my passion for Resident Evil for her for many years. So the Ghost Survivors was kind of an update to Resident Evil 2 for the remake. They added a few new ones called, in addition to Fourth Survivor and Tofu, No Time to Mourn, Runaway, and Forgotten Soldier. And these are, instead of prequels or epilogues, they're alternate histories. They're explorations of characters that canonically die in the game, but they allow you to try to live out their lives and pretend that they had escaped. And it's good gameplay. It's emotional. And I love it. I think it was a really good idea. It's very hard. I'm not going to lie. It's very hard. I don't know if I've beaten all these. I certainly haven't beaten all of these. But I think they're short, sweet, good extra game mode. Not a big effort, but effective. And I like it a lot to try to tell these alternate stories of these survivors who had lived, who some of them are then referenced in Requiem, Robert Kendo specifically. And then, oh yeah, here he is. Here's Mr. Kendo. This is the Ghost Survivors. This is what it looked like, playing as these different characters trying to escape from Raccoon City. Resident Evil 3 Remake, Andrew, if you're watching, I'm so sorry. They had no side modes. They had Resistance, which was a bundled game that was a 4v1 online Dead by Daylight kind of thing. Great concept. I think, honestly, a great concept. Did not work. Just did not work. Yeah, great concept. They should have put it as a menu option in the main Resident Evil 3 instead of bundling it as a separate download from the disc in the online store. They flubbed the marketing on that. Great concept, didn't work. Resident Evil 3 should have had mercenaries like the original one did. I don't know why it didn't. I think that was a big failure by Capcom. I think a lot of fans are still mad about it. It's unfortunate. And I think Capcom has learned from this lesson, and they will never again release a game with no full included side content. Yeah, give us our 3 mercenaries, you cowards. Give it to us 6 years later. I play it. RE4 remake, they rectified that. Mercenaries is back in limited form. Not as expansive as United, but with 8 playable characters. It has the max fun of playing RE4, but in Mercs. I've sunk a ton of time into this. It is probably the most perfect mercenaries that has existed, if you ask me. Maybe United is better. I don't know. That's a hard decision to make. But gameplay-wise, RE4 Mercenaries, so much fun. So much fun. I could play this for hours. This is my actual footage here that you're seeing. And then they brought back separate ways too. And these are not very different from the original forms. They just brought them back. They did the full service. They were like, we know the fans want this. RE4 is the, I mean, you can, I never stopped playing Resident Evil 4. I've been playing Resident Evil 4 for it's going to be 20 years now. And with this remaster, they brought everything back exactly how everyone wanted. Full separate ways, full mercenaries. They spent their time making it. It didn't drop right on release. They waited. They polished it. It worked. I'm really happy with how they did it. I think the fans are really happy. It was perfect. So here we are. What do we know about Requiem? Well, Koshi Nakanashi, in this screenshot, as you can see from his announcement video, has told us that there is a story expansion in development. What have we learned from the past? It could be a prequel. It could be an epilogue. It could be a concurrent story. My money is on a prequel or an epilogue. I don't really know what they do with a concurrent story, considering that we've already got a concurrent story in this game. My hope would be Grace's mom. Let's get more into the family there. You know, I would love to see her get her time in the sun as a playable character. You know, it's so rich, that story that we have there, and that to not get to explore Alyssa more would be sad. I think And I'd be shocked, frankly, if Capcom, having rendered her model in game for that short segment, doesn't make her playable in some way, shape, or form. So I think there's got to be some Ashcroft family DLC. I mean, I'd just be astonished if that didn't happen. Fingers crossed. Epilogue, who knows? The game ended in a very without much left to clean up. So what would that be about? You know, you could always throw in Ada, you could throw in Claire. Leon's got that ring. That's the big question from the end. Who's wearing that ring? I'll tell you right now, it's not Claire, it's Ada. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry to my sister, who I've mentioned how much I love, but it's no epilogue. No. Who's wearing the ring? Come on. Who's married to Leon? We gotta find out. Who's married to Leon. And I don't care how long it takes to give me a good story expansion explaining that. I want to see that. I can't wait for Resident Evil 10 to find that out. I want to know who's wearing the other wedding ring. Give me that epilogue. Is it Chris? Is Leon wearing? Did he get married, Chris? You know, I'm down for it. Let's see it. Is it Luis? Probably not. He's dead. But I'm there. Helena Kennedy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Please ban David Jacobs from the chat. I don't like that idea at all. It could be anything. You know, I'm a Leon Ada shipper, but I think that they have to answer the question of who's wearing that wedding ring. How could you tease it and not do that in an epilogue? But certainly, I think we are going to get a Mercenaries mode. It seems like Capcom knows that the fans love that. It will be interesting. They do not have the best chemistry. No, they don't. No. It's insane. It's insane. What the next year we're gonna next Stream-A-Thon is gonna be 30 minutes on why Leon and Ada are the best pairing, and there's no one else for Leon. I'm sorry. The chemistry between those two is off the charts. And there's no Ada in this game. Like, how are you no Ada in this game? If I respond to you, Matt's gonna kill everyone that is commenting. I love the enthusiasm. I'm gonna go over time here. I can't respond to everyone. I'm gonna get killed on time. But I'm already over by 4 minutes here. I'm sorry. No, I think that the future is bright. We're definitely getting a story expansion. I'd be shocked if we don't get a Mercenaries. The thing that I want to talk about that I haven't said is how it might be hard to do that, given that Mercenaries is an action game. So they'd probably have a Leon focus with that and no Grace. Hunk, Zeno, as just mentioned, I think playable characters gotta be. Please give me more Hunk. He's not dead. There's no way he's dead. He's absolutely alive. I'm a Hunk truther. He's not dead. But if they want a Grace game mode, I've got one suggestion, which is the infinite processing machine. Give us an infinite processing machine. Just let us ride out on the processing machine forever and kill as many zombies as we can. We do want more Hunk. But Grace on the processing machine forever. You just keep going until you die. Like, why not? Give us the infinite processing machine. See how many zombie kills you can get. Start dropping giant zombies on. Make it crazy. I think that would be probably very easy for them to make, and there's no reason they should not do it. Capcom, give us the infinite processing machine, you cowards. You know you want to. You know you want to. So yeah, that's my hope. My hope is that we get an expansion, an epilogue talking about the wedding ring, a prologue. I don't want to I don't want to torture Grace. I want Grace to get her kicks in and practice killing zombies, you know. Maybe there's an option to just stop and save your high score. Save your kill streak so you don't have to watch Grace go into the gears. Uh, but I would love that. The processing machine is so much fun. Like, come on, the processing machine is so much fun. I have to give credit to all these clip credits to the following streamers who I have pulled for this presentation. Thank you all for coming to watch. And I want to give a big shout out to all the people that I've ever played Resident Evil with or talked Resident Evil with. The ones that I've played with, Nico, Alex, my sister, Andrew, Marcus, David, and Richie, who were talking the campaign along with me as I was playing through it. David, who gave me the tip about that raccoon. Yes, David, you gave me that raccoon tip that I never would have found that raccoon statue with the sniping. I would have been looking for that forever. Oh my God. I love Resident Evil. If you haven't played Requiem, please go pick it up. It is a fantastic game. And I am so excited about the future. The word from Capcom is that we will be getting one of these mini games very soon, and then the story campaign at some point in the future. I cannot wait to find out what it is. And now David has confessed in the chat that he looked up the raccoon. I thought you were so clever for finding it when you sent me that screenshot. You looked it up. The deception. Wow. Well, this has been an honor to speedrun Resident Evil. I will hand it back to Matt. Thank you all for having me. And please donate to the Trevor Project. Resident Evil is a franchise for the girls and the gays. You got to go support Resident Evil. If you're a Resident Evil fan, you've got to support, queer audiences. I think that those things are immutable, and give us more, burly Chris skins. I'll stop talking now.
Ryan, thank you so much. First of all, this was such a well thought out presentation. As a Resident Evil fan, I love that there's someone out there who's actually doing the hard work of thinking of what Capcom should be doing from the fans' heart and minds. So truly appreciate the time and effort you put into this. It was so good. I know folks in the chat enjoyed it as well. And now we will welcome the man, the myth. I would call him a legend, but that would denote the fact that people know who he is.
No.
He is Sean O'Connor. He is our editor of Paper Cuts. He is the man about town in New York. He is dressed like a tennis instructor in an Emmanuel film. I'm not sure what's going on here.
What's going on, Matt? Oh, you're doing so great today. Ryan, I learned more about Resident Evil than I ever wanted to. Now I'm curious to play the game. This is going to be great. Everybody has done so phenomenal. Even Brian Finnerty, who honestly usually phones it in, and even that was good. So I'm really enjoying this.
These are fighting words.
Oh, wait, this is just getting started. All right. Should we get to it? Should we talk some British horror?
All right. I'm going to excuse myself and give you the stage, my friend.
You got it. Sounds good. All right, everybody. Before I get to British horror, which I am certainly not, I shouldn't be talking about. I just like the films. I have no I've got no business talking about British horror, but I'm going to do it anyway. Whatever stopped me from talking about anything. But I want to talk about the Trevor Project first. All right. So this is this incredible nonprofit organization that was founded in 1998. And what does the Trevor Project do? Well, they offer assistance and support to the LGBTQ plus and curious community, meaning that they have a toll-free number that anyone who needs to talk to somebody can call. And it's so monumentally important, especially in this day and age where this community is getting attacked from the alt-right and white Christian nationalists. And it's just, it's a very, very tough time, especially at a time in a person's life when they're in their teen years, and everyone knows what a minefield that can be on its own. So please support the Trevor Project, because you might know someone, you might be someone, and you might not even know that you need to have someone listen to you at the moment, but they're there. So when you do need it, let's make sure that the Trevor Project is always there and they're always supporting and they're doing the hard yards. And I can't thank them enough. So Trevor Project, this one's for you. Thank you for everything that you do. All right. In a whip / segue, let's get to some British horror. All right. How am I going to cram, 18 years of British horror into 30 minutes? I don't know. We're going to try. I know Brian Finnerty has made it damn near impossible to do so because ready for my Brian Finnerty impression of him interviewing? Fascinating. Let me ponder that for a moment. Let's take another minute. Thanks, Brian. All right, here we go. What's happening? Thank you. Thank you. What's happening with British horror in the 50s? Short answer, nothing. Nothing at all. So England takes a look at what's going on in America and also what's going on in Japan. Let's stick a pin in Japan for one moment. They're taking a look at what has happened in America with the incredible run they had with the Universal monster movies in the late 30s all the way to the late 40s. So then America actually has this incredible moment post-war World War II where they roll into the atomic age. And we have, basically, it's an episode of Happy Days. We have American youth culture and car culture is interwoven into the fabric of horror movies. And it is kismet. And it's so much fun. Look, it's a point of diminishing returns for sure. Some of these movies are absolute garbage. And I think the more garbagey they are, the more we love them. But with that said, England's taking a look at what's happening, that horror movies are resonating not only with youth culture, but it's permeating into adult culture as well. Now you're going to the movies with your best guy or gal on Friday night, and you're going to the matinees on Saturday, and then you got people who are turning those matinees into something absolutely, incredible. So what does England have to mine? They don't have American car culture. They don't have a car culture whatsoever, but they do have a rich history of Gothic literature. They can lean into the Stokers, Irishman, by the way. Thank you very much, Bram. They can lean into the Shelleys. They can lean into the Jameses. You swing a cat, black cat, if you will, and you're going to land on a fog-enshrouded moor or some sort of haunted forest. They've got more castles than they know what to do with. So there's this rich tapestry, not just in England, but all Europe in general, that they can actually take a look at, maybe do something with. And that's exactly what Hammer Horror does. They're like, you know what? We're going to make a go with this. Hammer had nothing to do with horror before 1957, but they had this epiphany, and they take a moment and they reach out and they grab Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. They make The Curse of Frankenstein. And boy, oh boy. Yeah, Matt, there you go. Yeah, 57. I talk so fast, Matt can't keep up with my slides. So now we're at 1957. Hammer makes The Curse of Frankenstein. It's kind of everything that you want, that you didn't know you wanted, but you did. And it was everything that Hammer didn't know that they could do, but they can. And they make an industry out of it for at least 15 years. It's got that Eastman Kodak color. I need more energy drinks. It's got that Eastman color. So the visuals are popping off the screen. So it was not happening pre-1957, pre-Hammer. Did you have some quintessentially amazing British horror films? Yes. Dead of Night, possibly the first horror anthology, maybe. Incredible film. If you haven't seen it, please check it out. And especially if you love anthologies. You had films like Dead of Night. You had films like The Quatermass Experiment. You had films like Curse of the Demon, Night of the Demon. They were good, but they weren't consistent. Now, 1957, all right, Curse of Frankenstein. Not only is the youth culture going, but the adults are going as well. I mean, you're going to Piccadilly Circus and you're going to that movie theater and you're making a night of it. Maybe you're having a couple of pints, All right, here's to you. Delicious. So, is this a one-off? Matt, let's go to 1958. Is this a one-off? I don't know. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I forgot that I can control the slides myself. All right. Now, Hammer having success with Curse of Frankenstein, introducing Christopher Lee as Frankenstein. Actually, a very horrific Frankenstein, by the way. We would get a couple of doozies with Hammer. One actually has a shoebox for a head. But Christopher Lee was actually a very tragic and a grotesque Frankenstein. It introduces Peter Cushing, the beloved Peter Cushing, as Victor von Frankenstein. And he would, thank you, Christopher Lee is my Dracula as well. Mwah! Okay, we've got Cushing, we've got Lee. So we have the bedrock of what Hammer is going to be. People, I'm telling you right now, just for giggles, not now, after I'm done talking, but Google the amount of films that Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, the horror films that they did from mid-50s, say 55 to 75, that 30-year span. It's staggering the amount of work that these two gentlemen did. And they really did create the bedrock of British horror through Hammer. So now we have Dracula in the UK, Horror of Dracula in the States. Fun fact, why did they name it Horror of Dracula in the United States? Because they didn't want audiences to confuse it with Dracula, Bela Lugosi's Dracula, which had come out 30 years prior. Go figure. Okay, so now Hammer has established that this is not an anomaly with Curse of Frankenstein. Now we've got something here. All right. Oh, we got Eric Hansen in the house. Eric Hansen, by the way, I am halfway through his new novel, Wake the Mariner, which is the quintessential vampire novel of 2026, possibly 2027. Eric, I'm not sure when the publishing is going to happen, but if you people don't go out and get Wake the Mariner when it comes out, then you can't come to my karate-themed birthday party. How about that? Okay, and I love the fact that he dedicated it to Christopher Lee, as well he should. Good on you, Eric. All right, so now we have established that Hammer is a presence in British horror, but they're not the only ones. They are consistent, and they will make this rich tapestry of horror films, and they'll lean into the werewolf and the mummy and the vampire, amongst others. But now, no, it's okay. Let's go to 1960. You're reading my mind. Now we actually have a little bit of a tragic story, because we have Michael Powell, who directs Peeping Tom. And because British culture, and especially the critic culture, is firmly embedded in the Hammer aesthetic of Gothic, and it's a little bit camp, and it really doesn't take it takes itself seriously, but maybe the audience doesn't. And then you have a film like Peeping Tom comes out, and it essentially destroys Michael Powell's career. The irony being, Psycho would come out 2 months after this film. Films are very similar in content, in repressed sexuality, in identity, and the psychology of horror. But the English critics, they just absolutely savaged the film, and it did wreck Michael Powell's career for at least 20 years. He died in 1990. At least he lived long enough to see an appreciation of that film come back. And that was actually done by Martin Scorsese. He had a copy of the film. He got a really poor copy of the film in 1972, and he would show it around the Village here in New York City. And then a distribution company, who I cannot remember because I'm horrible at my job, they approached Scorsese in 1978, and they had a cleaned up print, and they had a restored version of it. And they said, hey, would you give us $5,000 so we could distribute this to a wider audience? And he jumped at the chance, and thankfully Peeping Tom was able to get a wider audience and then land. It's one of those films that was so ahead of its time, and it's a little bit heartbreaking because it's a better film than Psycho. I said what I said. It's true. Psycho is a great film. Don't get me wrong. But Psycho is known for two things. The turn where Janet Leigh is murdered. Sorry, spoilers for a film that's 175 years old. where Janet Leigh is killed and the shower scene. Peeping Tom is a brilliant film because that vibe, that intensity is from the credits in the beginning to the credits at the end. So enough about Peeping Tom. Let's get to Brides of Dracula, or as I like to put it, whatever became of that other Von Trapp kid. Brides of Dracula is the best Hammer horror film that has ever been, hands down. Come at me. I told you I know a little bit of karate and I'll defend myself. The only thing it has going against it is that it didn't have Christopher Lee. That's okay. It's honestly okay. Everything is there, from the visuals to the score to the sets. You do have Peter Cushing reprising his role as Van Helsing. And it is everything that is quintessential Hammer. The colors, the sounds, the vibe, everything. Brides of Dracula is the best Hammer film. So that's 1960. Brides of Dracula gets a lot of love. Peeping Tom does not. Moving on. Okay. I've gone too far. All right, 1961. Okay, let's start with the Hammer film. We have Curse the Werewolf. It's not a remarkable film. Why is it on the best of list? Because it's got Oliver Reed. Oliver Reed in life and on screen was a force of nature. He just commanded everything. Also, when he passed away, he was filming Gladiator. When he passed away, the story goes that he was drinking with a bunch of British soldiers, and he had finished 10 pints and had won 3 arm wrestling contests. And then he got up and then he had a heart attack and died. So anyway, did I see this one in the theater, Sean? F you, Finnerty. I'm old, not that old. Yes, Eric Hansen. Peeping Tom is better than Psycho, and I am waiting for Robert Atone's comments or for him to bust through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man any second. So, Curse of the Werewolf, it's just one of those Hammer films that you must see just for the Oliver Reed performance, and it actually happens to be the only werewolf film that Hammer ever does. There are probably 5 great werewolf films in the history of cinema. Curse of the Werewolf may be like the 6th, or it could be 5, and it's like clawing on to hold on to that spot, but it deserves to be in the conversation for sure. Let's talk about The Innocents. Okay, so why is The Innocents on the list? Because it's not really a great film, but it introduces some great concepts. The Innocents is on the best of because they start to do things with the camera. The director, who again, I suck at my job, I can't remember. Paul Naschy is the best werewolf. Whoever that is, go play in traffic. I love Paul Naschy, but it's not the best werewolf. Okay, so The Innocents introduces some avant-garde camera techniques and some avant-garde sound design. That's it. That's why it's on the list. It's the introduction of those concepts, those filmmaking concepts that would expand British horror, make it better, make it richer, make it deeper. It would land with audiences. It would challenge audiences. Wasn't what they were used to on a steady diet of Hammer films. So now it's like, hey, whoa, what's going on here? Or as they would say, like, oh, it got now, isn't it? Something like that. Sorry to anyone from England who's watching. That is why we're going to get to the Devils. Hansen, you're getting ahead of me, dude. I'm in 1961. You're 10 years ahead of me. Slow down. Okay, let's move on. So remember The Innocents. We like what they're doing with the camera. We like what they're doing with sound. Let's move on to 1962. Okay, now we have a film called Night of the Eagle. I don't think a lot of people have seen this film. You know who has seen this film? And I'm going to shamelessly name drop Grady Hendrix. Sorry, best-selling, award-winning author, Grady Hendrix. How about that? We had a discussion about witch films, and we talked about Night of the Eagle, also known as Conjure Wife, also known as Burn Witch Burn. It's based off the Fritz Leiber book, Conjure Wife. Why is Night of the Eagle on the best of list? It's an incredible film, lush, black and white. It's gorgeous to look at, but it's on the list because of its 2 screenwriters. There's actually 3. The 2 I'm going to mention are Charles Beaumont and Richard Matheson. 2 of the monumental, quintessential screenwriters of the Twilight Zone. If you watch Night of the Eagle, all you're going to see now that I put it in your hot little head is an elongated Twilight Zone episode. It is the best Twilight Zone episode that was never on the Twilight Zone. It's so good. It lands. It says a lot about academia, which if there are any teachers out there, then, have at it. Take a shot every time I name drop. Oh, people, you're about to get wrapped. All right. So that's why Night of the Eagle is on the list, and we love it for that. All right, let's keep Matheson the GOAT. All right, Hanson, you're back in my good graces. Absolutely. All right, everybody. Remember I was just talking frantically about The Innocents? Let's talk about The Haunting. The Innocents walked so The Haunting could run. You have Robert Wise, the director of, let me see if I can remember, Sound of Music, West Side Story, The Andromeda Strain. I mean, and then he does The Haunting. What couldn't Robert Wise do? Fascinating person, fascinating career. I highly recommend y'all go check out Robert Wise and watch his films. I mean, it's 3/4 of them are just absolute dynamite bangers. I don't know why he's not in the conversation more. Anyway, so 63, we have The Haunting. Look, it's based on The Haunting of Hill House by Shirley Jackson, of course. It's an incredible film. I don't love it. I'm going to be honest, but I respect it. It's a little too staid for me. It's a little too, it's a little too British for me, to be honest. It's a little bit passive. Jan de Bont took a crack at it. I think it was 1998. It's a horrible film. It's fun to look at, but I'm waiting for someone to make the definitive Haunting movie. Look, I did it myself. I smacked myself in the face. 63's Haunting is the definitive film. What I meant to say is I'd like to see somebody else take a crack at it. Mike Flanagan, I'm looking at you. I loved it. I know people are going to come for me. Flanagan's The Haunting of Hill House is beautiful. It's poetic. It's scary. That's what I'm looking for. But I would like to see that in a 2-hour framework. Anyway, let's keep moving on. So we got The Haunting. What do we got next? Oh, Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. If you're asking yourself why I put this on the list, we have a problem. Here's the introduction of Amicus. You've got Amicus, you've got Hammer, you've got AIP. AIP, Sean, that's American International Pictures. Yes, it is. But they saw what was happening with horror overseas, and they opened up an international distribution in England. Ha, Roger Corman, you're so smart. Kiss that dead face of yours. So now we have Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. This is not the best anthology. I would say that would be Tales from the Crypt, which we'll get to, but it's damn good. It creates this incredible moment in British horror where they domineer with the anthology film. Hey, look, we have Tales from the Crypt. We've got Creepshow. We're making a great play at it. But they owned it from 65 to 75. All right, let me see. I should just, cheat and say that I remember, but y'all know I don't. Okay, ready? Here's your homework. Along with Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. Fitz, Fitz, you and I, oh, you know what? You're going to get it. All right, we have Torture Garden. We have The House That Dripped Blood. Love that one. Ingrid Pitt. Oh, ay Dios mío. Tales from the Crypt, which I mentioned. Asylum. Ooh. Asylum. I'm going to say 2 things. 3 things, actually. A Home for the Blind. A starved shepherd. And a wall full of razor blades. I'm going to leave it there. It's so good. The Vault of Horror and From Beyond the Grave. These are great anthologies. You must watch them all. It's homework. If you don't do it, you're going to get left back. And I'm going to see you here next year. We love the anthology. Please support the anthology. Let's bring the anthology back. Why don't we? Okay. Moving on. What do we have next? Witchfinder General. Okay. So there are three famous British films that make up the trifecta of British folklore. There's Witchfinder General, there's The Blood on Satan's Claw, and there's The Wicker Man. Now, I would say that, and I think you'll agree with me, that The Wicker Man is probably the best known for, landing with audiences and being renowned. And Britt Eklund earned it. She just earned it. And Christopher Lee is incredible as Lord Summerisle. But let's just take a little sneaky peek at Witchfinder General. So the Vietnam War is at its height, and the counterculture is brewing. We've got Manson. Everything's coming apart at the seams in America. It's kind of being duplicated worldwide, with youth culture. This is starting to reflect in film. All right. So Witchfinder General gets lambasted because English society was not ready for a film that was so nihilistic and was so blood-drenched and really leaned into the gore, and kind of also held a mirror up to, hey, look, our history is kind of super shitty. This is such a MAGA-coded film. If you were to watch this today, it's based off Matthew Hopkins, who was a puritanical piece of shit who traveled the countryside, and he was just a fucking flim-flam man. He was, he was all hot air. He was Trump. I mean, essentially, he was Trump. He was Hegseth. He was one of these motherfuckers who we can't get rid of today, but we will. And they're fleecing the uneducated and the superstitious and just the mean, leaning into that. And boy, howdy, does that resonate today. So Witchfinder General might even be a little bit of an uncomfortable watch for you if you were to pop it in tonight. But it's an important film. It's probably one of Price's best performances. They did not want him for it, but this was distributed through AIP, and he was an AIP person. And I'm actually glad that that he did take the role. Okay, so now we're at this very interesting point at 68. We've got 10 years from Horror of Dracula in 58. We've come a long way. We're now starting to represent what's going on in society. We're starting to represent what's going on culturally. And this is going to land like the house falling on the Wicked Witch in the preceding years. In 1971, I'm gonna slow down for 1 second, which isn't my gear. My gear is cocaine on sugar. But let's just slow down for a second. If there's anybody watching right now who's really, really into film and really curious about just, the history of film, I'm going to put 2 years on your radar that really do not get enough play. That's 71 and 72. Take a look at what's going on in cinema in the States and overseas in England in 71 and 72, especially with horror. You are going to dine out and you are going to be so surprised, and it's going to blow your mind. I'm going to leave it there. If someone with talent and, could calm down for 5 seconds, might write a book about it. Anyway, we'll see. Okay, 71, we're all over the map. We've got some camp with Dr. Phibes and the beautiful Art Deco sets. So we've got cinema that's being playful, and I love it. Vincent Price does a great job. Caroline Munro as his wife of Volnavia. I mean, anyway, that film is waiting there for you. So I'm starting out with the light. We've got Countess Dracula, which is a tale of a take on Elizabeth Bathory with Ingrid Pitt. Second time I brought her up, you can tell I've got a monumental crush. Ingrid Pitt, take a look at Ingrid Pitt and take a look at Scarlett Johansson and tell me they're not related. Anyway, that's, my creepy little insight. You've got that second film in the English folklore trifecta, Blood on Satan's Claw. You've got an incredible film, and I can already hear the laughter, Dr. Jekyll, Sister Hyde. I was waiting. Thank you. Dr. Jekyll, Sister Hyde is slept on. You know who loves this film? Edgar Wright loves this film. You know where he took most of the mirror trickery in Last Night in Soho from? this fucking film. All right. And he admits to it. He's not stealing. It's an homage. Coming back around, we have what is probably one of the only 3 good mummy films, and that's Blood from the Mummy's Tomb. You think werewolf films are tough? Woo! Take a look at mummy films. Okay. Then we have 2 films which are going to, kind of cement the point that I was making a moment ago of audiences are heading in a different direction, but more importantly, filmmakers are heading in a different direction. We've got Sam Peckinpah's Straw Dogs, and we've got Ken Russell's The Devils. These are not fun times at the movies, gang. These are serious films with talking about serious issues, and they're graphic and they're nihilistic and they pull no punches, but they say a lot. Straw Dogs is talking about, maybe the sanctity or the fragility of marriage. And, it's talking about, kind of like what is masculinity? What is sex? The Devils, again, we're talking about sexuality, but we're talking about corruption in the church, and we're talking about corruption in government, and we're talking about how those are so entwined. Hello. Yeah. These films from back in the height of the Vietnam War are more resonant now in 2026 than they freaking were then. You can always count on film, to circle back around and show you that we've learned nothing. We're probably going to learn nothing, but you never quit and you always try. That's what separates us from, I don't know, assholes. Anyway, that's 71 for you. Woo! Things are getting spicy. Okay. Now we've got 72. This year is a little bit less of pointing out like what's going on in society from standpoint of best British horror films, but where it's pointing out where we're headed, and it's also pointing out that the machine is starting to lose a little bit of gas, and the air is kind of running out of the balloon a bit. Not with these films. No bueno. These films are great. You have a weird little film called The Asphyx. Check it out. A lot of people sleep on it. It's a bit of a slow burn, but it's really, really good. Then you've got that film, that anthology, Tales from the Crypt. I think it may be the best one. I think it really may be. And that's phenomenal and fantastic. And Ralph Richardson is so great as death. When I die, if it's Ralph Richardson looking at me as he's like, this way to hell, I'll be ecstatic. Then you have what is possibly my favorite Hammer film, which is Vampire Circus. 2 things. This is Hammer at its hammeriest. There's so much nudity, and there's sex and blood, and it's having so much fun. And of course, it's a vampire film, which we're not at the end of the Hammer run, but I kind of love that we're getting to it. So it's like we started off with Dracula, and now we're ending with Vampire Circus. And Christopher Lee brought sexuality to the screen with Dracula, but Vampire Circus is like, hold my pint. Woo, it's so much fun. You gotta check it out. Then we have a film like Asylum, fantastic addition to the anthology series that I was talking about. We got this movie Deathline in the States. Raw Meat in the States, Deathline in England. It's nasty. It actually does say a lot about society at the time. You've got a bunch of railway workers in the turn of the century that get entombed as they're trying to create the railway system, and they turn into cannibals. And they're, it's like a variation on The Hills Have Eyes in the London Underground. You know what? Let me stop talking. It's waiting for you, and you have to see it. And Donald Pleasence is fantastic. And Christopher Lee actually took scale on the film so he could do a couple of scenes because he wanted to work with Donald Pleasence. How great is that? All right, Matt, let's land this bird. All right. So now we've got 73 and 74. It's kind of like a mishmash. Hammer is like the air is really running out of the balloon with Hammer, but we still have a couple of great films, and we have a couple of cheeky films as well. Like, I feel like British cinema didn't know where to go with horror, so they kind of just kept playing the hits. A lot of them are bad, but you have some really good ones too. My favorite being The Beast Must Die, which is a werewolf mystery. and it is definitely not in the top 5, but I'll make it like number 7. And it's kind of like peering in the window, like, oh, I wish I was with the really great ones, but it's so much fun and it's so good. And Calvin Lockhart is sexy as fuck. And he's like, traipsing around in this leather jumpsuit. And you're just like, oh my God, I'm getting feelings that I didn't have since college. What's happening to me? And go with it. It's fun. Then you have a film like Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell. And this is where we're like, okay, Hammer, one more crack at the bat, but maybe it's time to retire. It's a fun film. I love the Frankenstein design, but it's just like, when it's back in ye old days when they take a rug out and they beat it to get the dust off. That's what it feels like with Hammer right now. You got Price doing Theater of Blood, really fun film. He'll then go on to do Madhouse. Don't watch that one. Then you have the last in the trifecta of British cinema folklore, which is The Wicker Man. I talked enough about it. It's the apex of folklore horror. For now, we'll see what happens. Dare to dream. All right, Matt, hit that last slide. Yeah, this is what happens in 75. This is it. This is the end. It would change film forever. It's my favorite movie, by the way. But it would change cinema, it would introduce the blockbuster, and it would change the dynamic of what a horror film is. England just did not know where to go after this. Hammer they would release To the Devil a Daughter, which features a 14-year-old Nastasya Kinski in full frontal nudity. So it was time for it to end. And it did. So, now we've got Jaws and we have a new direction, and it would take about 30 years for British horror to find its gear, but it did. We have directors like Danny Boyle, and again, I suck at my job, so I should have a couple of diverse directors that I could lean into right now and female voices, but I didn't do that because I'm a middle-aged white man and I suck. So Jaws sticks a pin in it. It does get reinvented decades later. I will say this, though. A couple of things that I want you to take away other than my manic energy. Do yourself a favor and check these films out. I hope that I put a couple of gems in your pocket, but don't stop with England. What's happening in Ireland right now with horror is, oh my God, delicioso. What happened in Mexico at this time and what was happening in Asia was so exciting. And just became more exciting as the decades progressed. What is happening in Malaysia right now with action films and horror? It's not all here in the States. That's it.
That was awesome, Sean. Thank you so much.
You got it. I'm sorry, Brian and Doa. I'm sorry. I know I went over. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to take Sean out to the back and give him what for. But Sean, no, that was seriously so much fun. It was so well researched. You could seriously tell your passion for British horror is up on the screen. So yeah, thank you so much, Sean, for doing that. And we will release you back to the world so you can cause havoc. And I told people you were wearing an ascot, but I'm realizing now it's a bowling shirt. So what do I know?
What do you know?
Not a lot. Not what a bowling shirt is, apparently. Hey-o, or an ascot. So
dude, this was so much fun. I hope we raise more money for the Trevor Project. People, don't forget to donate. It's such a worthy cause.
Yeah, you can donate right at the little QR code on the top right. Sean, I'm going to bid you adieu and welcome our last guests. The amazing Brian Finnerty is back, along with our amazing Doa Magdi of Horror in Seconds. So thank you both for being here. Apologies, we're running a little behind, but I want to let everyone know that you have more than enough time to not only do your time, but even go a little over if you'd like to. And the topic now is going to be about mental health and horror. I am going to slither back into the cave that I'm in, moving in the background, and I will relinquish it all to you both to take it over. So thank you so much, and welcome Doa and Brian.
Woo! Hi, Brian. How are you today? I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Can't hear you, Brian. Oh no, Brian's been possessed by a malevolent demon that took his voice.
Okay, here it is. Perfect.
You know what? I was gonna blame Sean for going over. Now gonna blame Sean for my technology difficulties as well.
Poor Sean.
Hi, Noah.
Hi. How are you?
Good. So yeah, we're here to talk end the day on a more relaxed note and talk about mental health and horror, right?
Yeah, before we dive in, let's chat about our relationship to mental health. What is your relationship to mental health?
Oh goodness. Like, do we have a therapy hour to get into? Long story short, my primary relationship with mental health is that, you know, my passion is writing for Macabre Daily and writing about horror, but during the day, I am a licensed mental health counselor, otherwise known as an LPC. So, you know, my day job, I see people most of the day doing individual counseling. A lot of my focus is on like areas of sexuality and relationships. Really passionate about LGBT mental health. So I love that we are raising money for the Trevor Project. That is so freaking important. I mean, in the interest of being a little bit vulnerable, and I think it's so important to just like push through the taboo of not talking about mental health. Me, myself, I would say that I live with anxiety, periods of depression. I was recently diagnosed with ADHD, which a lot of people think of that as like this kind of like manic energy. You're all over the place. You're doing stuff. You're so productive. That can be true. For me, it actually tends to almost take the opposite, have the opposite effect, where I almost get paralyzed a little bit. Yeah, I'm passionate about this subject, both personally and professionally.
Okay, awesome. I, besides writing for Macabre Daily and other spots, I work as a somatic yoga teacher. I try my best to create the yoga mat as like a space of revolution where we can unleash that side of us that we don't usually feel comfortable bringing outside to the world. The offering changed from like I teach like bedtime stuff where it's complete relax to twerking. We'd be like shaking our booty in class and stuff. So it's all about bringing joy. And my dream was always to like, I love horror and I love yoga. How can I blend those worlds together? And from there, I started creating a series called Horror That Heals. So basically, the intention is to offer somatic exercises to help you regulate your nervous system after watching a horror movie, because horror movies, as much as they are healing, they could also be triggering. And yeah, so y'all can find this series on the Horror Club with an R podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. My relationship
that out, Doa, is so much fun to listen to.
So good. I realized I forgot to record an episode for a few weeks, so I'm gonna catch up. And I also have ADHD. I have C and PTSD. I got that combo. And what else?
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, anxiety, you know, it's never just one thing. When it comes to mental health, it's always intersectional. You never have one thing. But yeah, it is important to talk about it because I think when it comes to, especially we're in social media age, we all have our personas online, which a lot of people be like, oh, this doesn't look real. So having that vulnerable side, I feel is really important for us to connect as humans.
Yes, for sure. I know that we're gonna kind of try to demonstrate two strategies or techniques. Like we wanted to bring some concrete stuff to this talk about how to kind of combine the horror world and the mental health world. And we're going to get to that. But I think you and I said that first, we wanted to have kind of just a general conversation, really just asking the question, is horror good for your mental health? Yes, no, somewhere in between. Matt, where's the help us out? What would you say?
It's really like, it really depends. So it's really important for me personally, like especially as a person that's now healing from severe PTSD, I don't watch trailers, but I started like at least looking at the synopsis, because if a movie is about any form of abuse or it has so much grief, then I'm gonna avoid watching it because I just feel like it just takes out a lot of me. And for example, like what I love about slashers, like people are just dying, we're not connected emotionally to them. Like, you know, oh my friend died, and that's it, we're over it. But once the moment turns into like 15 minutes of grief on that friend, I cannot watch this. Because what happens is that when we're watching a horror movie, your brain doesn't know if you're actually in the situation or if you are watching a movie. And this is why towards the end, we're going to end with some practices to show you to do to just ground yourself. So the answer really varies. Like, it's not a yes or no. It depends, because horror is vast too. Like a movie like Slay, like drag queens. Yes, it's horror, but also it's like it brings so much joy. So I feel like, it really depends what kind of stuff. Like, for example, Talk to Me. Hell no, I'm not freaking watch. Like, that messed me up for weeks. I was like, why did I watch this?
I think as you're saying, it's so individualized. You know, we can start with this broad question: is horror good for your mental health? Yes or no? The truth is, obviously, the answer is different for everybody, and it's so context dependent. Something I have heard and talked to some of my clients about in work is, like, sometimes they will talk about watching horror films and finding them very therapeutic, but what I've found is that it has to be somebody who is, number one, you have to be a horror fan already. You can't take somebody who hates horror and say, hey, you know, watch this ultra violent, gory, dark film, and it's going to make you feel better. That person is going to have a bad reaction to it. And then, as you said, some people like yourself, there's certain subgenres, there's certain topics that are going to be more triggering, more difficult than others. But even that just varies. Like, I won't go into details, obviously, but I have had clients who have been survivors of sexual assault. And I have had a couple of them tell me, like, they will watch really intense rape revenge movies and find it so healing, so cathartic. They come out of it having this really powerful release. For them, that's fantastic and that's wonderful. And that's a tool that I would recommend and they should use. But then other people with the exact same experience will say, oh no, that movie would like break me in two. And obviously, you know, you have to meet people where they're at with mental health. And so I think that's the first thing when you talk about using horror in mental health, you have to check in with people. It's like, it goes back to informed consent, right? You have to talk to people about what is the content? How are you going to react to it? Why are we doing this, right? We're not just doing this for funsies. We're not just going to throw on a scary movie and say, hey, let's see what happens. Let's see how you feel after this. But if people are into it and open to it, it can be an extremely cathartic, extremely healing genre.
Absolutely. And I find it that it's so cool that you are a counselor while also being a horror fan, because I feel like as someone with PTSD, like I get nightmares every day. Even if I nap, I'm getting nightmares. But then when I bring that to my mental health team, they're like, oh, you watch horror movies? And I'm like, y'all don't understand. You're like,
you should stop.
Drink water. It's like, what the hell? So yeah, that's a really, like, you have a really nice angle, like working in both realms. And I really appreciate that. That's so cool.
I have the opposite problem where I have to resist the urge with my clients sometimes. Like, oh, that sounds like this movie. Have you ever heard of Hereditary? You should watch it.
Oh my God. Have you ever like been in a situation where you recommended some movies?
Yeah, definitely have. Oh gosh, there was, I'm trying to think of a specific example, but The Babadook was one I remember. So I think you and I talked about this off camera at one point, but some people listening, they might be familiar with EMDR therapy. And I won't go into all the details of what it is, but it's a specific modality. And there's certain tools that you use in it. One of them is called the container exercise. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just a mental exercise of visualizing, some sort of container or vessel where you can like store away distressing experiences, challenging memories, whatnot. And yeah, there was someone where they were a horror fan, and it had come up naturally. And I was like, oh, you watch the Babadook, like the last scene where the Babadook is trapped in this box, right? Like that's the container exercise right there. There was another one, and I think I'm going to get the name wrong because it's kind of obscure and it's been a while. Something called like Run, Rabbit, Run or something. It's about a woman dealing with her traumatic past and how it comes out and impacts her relationship with her daughter. And, you know, I just described the plot of like half of the horror movies out there. I had a client watch that who was really struggling with how their own past was impacting their parenting and the way that they were relating to their kid. And this movie is a bit of a cautionary tale, but yeah, I recommended that they watch that, and it kind of sparked a lot of interesting conversation. So I think that's one cool thing about horror specifically, but even genre in general. It's so metaphorical, it's so symbolic often that even if there's not a direct mental health link, it's so good for just spurring hypothetical conversations, just getting people to like explore bigger, broader concepts about living. That I love horror for that.
Yeah, I love it. And when we go for Black horror, for example, for me, when I went to watch Get Out in theaters, like I had no idea who the director was. I'm just going in, and then when that last scene came up, I'm like, oh fuck, man, it's just gonna get shot, and it's gonna be like every other horror movie. But then when the guy survived, I'm like, what do you mean the black guy made it? And I started freaking out in the theater.
You could feel the whole theater tense up during that final scene and then release, right?
Exactly. But the crazy part is that wasn't the original ending. Like Jordan Peele was gonna go, like I watched the alternate, like the original ending, and that is so depressing because it's too real. Then he was like, wait a minute, no, this is too real. Let me switch the ending. But by switching that ending, he literally made history, right? Because a black guy doesn't usually, like, honestly, if you watch a movie and you see a black character, that's it. That's a horror movie. You don't need a plot. You don't need a script. You just gotta see if they're gonna make it or not. So there are definitely, like, now that there are more black stories on screen, it feels really empowering for the black audience to finally make it beyond the first 10 minutes.
Oh yeah. I think that's a great example of like kind of just what processing traumatic events is like in therapy, because, you know, people who have had trauma histories, even just challenging histories, it doesn't even have to be big trauma. We talk about them developing like maladaptive or negative core beliefs, things like the world is not safe, I am bad. And a big part of therapy is like helping people to either recognize or create for themselves these kind of contradictory experiences, these experiences that allow them to disprove that negative core belief, or even if you can't completely disprove it, believe that there are other options. It doesn't always have to turn out that way. And that scene at the end of Get Out is perfect for that, just allowing people in their body, because it was such a physical experience, to literally experience what does it feel like to be scared, to expect the worst case scenario to happen, and then the tension release when it does not in fact happen. Like that can be so healing if you harness it in the right way.
100%. It was so intense. Oh my God, I'll never forget. But I'll also never forget the joy after. Then my friend was like, this is directed by Jordan Peele. I was like, who? The guy from Key and Peele? You're kidding me? Because it's so interesting to see both sides of Jordan Peele, like the wacky side and the horror side. So I feel that was so cool. Yeah. Have you ever had like horror villain that haunts your nightmares?
Oh my goodness. That's a good question. I'm trying to think. I don't have nightmares, honestly.
Ooh, okay.
The last time I had like a really vivid nightmare that stuck with me was, I swear I was like 6 years old, and I can still remember it. Close my eyes, and I remember there was a I saw a werewolf wearing the same pajamas that I was wearing as a child coming after me in the bedroom. And yeah, I have nothing to say about that, but that was a formative memory, and it stuck with me.
That's so creepy. You should turn it into a short film or something.
That would.
Oh my God, with your kids, you can film a movie.
Oh my goodness.
That'd be so cool. Oh my God, intergenerational healing.
Do you know anybody running a horror film festival?
Just start. You don't have to wait. You just do the thing, then submit a Brooklyn Horror Festival or something. You never know.
So I know I'm trying to be mindful of time, and like we want to demonstrate a couple like concrete strategies and tools for people. Do you have something that you want to start us off with?
Oh, I'm doing first?
Oh, should I go first? Do we talk about reverse?
Whatever. What do you want to do?
I can do it. I can do it.
I'm open.
Let's do mine first, because mine might
Okay.
be a little more, I don't know, like intellectual or whatever. And then
Okay,
yours I think
okay,
is going to
okay.
be fun, and that's going to
Okay.
be a good way to end the Macabre Daily Stream-A-Thon.
Okay, cool. I can't believe time is flying, y'all.
I know. How did other people do this and actually manage their time? Okay, so I mentioned EMDR earlier, and this is another tool from that. Something that we do is a visualization that's called, people sometimes call it the protective figure or the nurturing figure. And again, it's a visualization where we encourage people to think about a person or a figure, might be real, might be imaginal, that kind of grants them strength or allows them to feel protected. And a while back, I wanted to try to adapt it to kind of use the horror world. And the first thing that came to my mind was the image of the final girl. So what I want to do, and I hope that people watching will just kind of like go along with this, is I want to just pretend like this is a therapy session. And I have a little bit of a script. So if it looks like I'm reading, it's because I am. I'm just going to read a little bit of a script, and I really want to encourage people to like try this for yourself at the computer. And are you going to try it with me, Doa?
Sure. Do we need our eyes closed?
So if you are comfortable, I encourage you to close your eyes. So not everybody is. If you're not, I want you to just find a nice neutral space on the wall in front of you and just kind of soften the gaze. And I want you to allow yourself to take a few just slow, deep breaths. And as you do so, let yourself just relax in your chair, wherever you're sitting. Sit naturally, and just let your breath come naturally for this. You don't have to control it. And when you're ready, I want you to allow the image of a final girl to begin to build in your mind. A very vivid and specific image might come to mind, or it may be very general or vague at this point. There's no wrong way to do this. Just whatever comes naturally. And I want you to allow yourself to just ponder certain questions that I'm going to ask. You can answer them out loud if that's helpful, or just answer them quietly to yourself, allowing it to help you build this image in your mind. Who is your final girl? Perhaps you imagine a specific person. Maybe Sydney, Nancy, or Ripley come to mind. Or perhaps your final girl is an original character of your own creation. Most importantly, I want you to remember that whoever you picture, they're a part of you. What do they look like? Allow yourself to slowly notice the details that make your final girl stand out. Notice their body. Notice how they stand, how they move. Notice their face, their hair, their clothing. This figure has survived many challenging trials and tribulations. How is it reflected in their appearance? Do they carry scars or wounds? Are they bruised, bloodied? Is their clothing torn? What does your final girl carry? Do they have a tool, a weapon, a symbol or artifact? And if they do, notice how that's helped them to survive and persevere. Notice how they hold it. And allow yourself to imagine the grip. Maybe imagine it in your hand. Bring your attention to the final girl's face and their expression. Notice their emotions as they play out in their eyes and across their face. What story does their face tell you? What does it tell you about their past, their present, their future? Now I want you to imagine how this final girl could protect you, how they could help you. If you haven't already, bring yourself into this scenario. Imagine how you interact with her. Does she follow along behind you, or does she take the lead? Does she lend you her tools? Does she advise you or warn you? Perhaps she just commiserates with you about your shared survival. Now allow yourselves to interact. Do you take her hand? Do you embrace? Do you laugh? Maybe you simply share the space together and just notice one another. As you hold this image in your mind, I want you to bring awareness back to yourself. What do you notice? Notice your body, your breath, your emotions, your thoughts. What, if anything, has shifted? What have you noticed about yourself? And go ahead and take another deep breath. And whenever you're ready, open your eyes. And thank you, everybody, for going along with that.
Thank you, Brian. That's awesome.
Condensed it a bit, rushed it a little bit for the purposes of this, but can I ask Doa, do you mind sharing anything about what that was like for you?
I visualize Zazie beats and they will kill you.
Perfect.
And it's really cool. Like, it's a perfect combination of horror and mental health, because the final girl is like the foundation of hope in the genre. She's always giving women hope that they can survive any situation, because horror is the only genre that really tackles any societal, political issues through metaphors. So at the end of the day, the women, those characters, are not really escaping necessarily a serial killer. Maybe they're escaping fear, maybe patriarchy, maybe trauma, maybe abuse, whatever it is. But the point is, they are there to give people hope that there is, if they can survive all that, yeah, we can survive anything. Seriously.
Survive that checkout line at the grocery store where you almost had a panic attack.
My God, like, what is happening to millennials? Why is it it's a mental breakdown at the grocery store? I don't know. And it's always sad breakup music. Can someone please hire a DJ or something?
Well, yeah. Well, what do you have for us, though, to kind of end us on a high note?
Okay, so as I mentioned, sorry.
No. Go ahead. Never mind.
Oh, okay. I was saying, like I said earlier, again, when we're watching a horror movie, your body doesn't know if you're watching a movie or actually in that situation, because you notice muscles start clenching, the jaws and everything. So what we're going to do, we're just going to do brief exercises to ground our body, rooted in self-compassion and joy, as always. I'm like, after meditation, I'm like, I don't know if I can twerk right now, but let's start with something. What we're going to do, we're going to have our fingertips on the top of our scalp. And you can always either close your eyes or gaze softly at the ground. And what you're gonna do, you're just gonna really massage that area. And as you do that, visualize that you're using the best scented shampoo on the planet. This is your time to really, really enjoy this. What scent is your shampoo? And how does it feel on your hair? Does it lather? Does it not? And really, really keep breathing as you do this. We'll be here a few more moments. A few more here. And slowly release. And then we hold a lot of tension in our hands. What we're gonna do, we're gonna gently shake off. So as each shake, I want you to visualize something or some things that have been weighing you down. You just shake it off, back to the ground, back to the earth. Shake it off, ooh, ooh, and keep breathing.
I'm glad you said it.
Yes. Okay, and slowly, slowly, slowly let it go. From here, we hold, oh, nice. I'm so glad you can smell the shampoo. Yes, mission accomplished. Okay, and then we're gonna release some tension from our shoulders, but we're gonna make it groovy. So we're gonna roll our shoulders back, one shoulder at a time. And you're gonna visualize you're listening to like 90s R&B. I know copyright is a thing with YouTube, so I am your music today. What song was popular? No matter what I do, okay. Yeah, let's go. And yeah, make it groovier. And if your brain is like, what the hell, and you're overthinking, again, close your eyes and notice which part of your body's moving. We're here a few more moments. Yeah, feeling that music. And then forward 3 sides. It might feel new. It might feel uncomfortable. Okay, just move with it. And we're breathing. Yeah. 2 more. Beautiful. If you can, give your shoulders.
I'm just showing you. I'm doing it with you. So
yeah, let's go.
Oh, you look more like me, Matt. Good.
Give your shoulders a nice shaky. And I will close this with Black culture, but I just want to test one thing. I'll remove my speaker and talk, but please give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Cool? Can y'all hear me? Okay, perfect. So in Black culture, we have 2 main movements, whining and twerking. The whining is basically hip circles, but it's not like gymnastics in the 80s. It's like, no, you're feeling it. So this is the part, usually, most of the time when I get men coming to my yoga classes, this is the part they're like, what did we sign up for? But by the end of the class, they're always like feeling bonita, and they're like, we're with you right there. So we're gonna stand. The invitation.
Matt, are you doing this with me?
Hold your feet on top of the floor. This is a space of grounding.
Oh, I'm sorry for everybody at home.
Bend in your knees. And always validating that anything new will feel uncomfortable. So the invitation is to allow yourself to be uncomfortable as you do this. We're going to do hip circles to one side. It doesn't matter how it looks. Again, your body just wants to move. It doesn't matter how it moves. And you're like, So I can't hear any music. So I'm like, I always quote Shakira in my yoga classes, and she's like, hips don't lie. They don't. They hold a lot of tension. And then you're gonna make it sweet. Like imagine there's honey on your hips. You're like, And it's like, yeah.
So much honey on my hips.
Yeah, nice and sticky, perfect. And then we're gonna go the other side, which I call the humbling side. That feels like, that you can compensate with facial expression. You're feeling it. No one knows if you can.
I'm not gonna lie, this is actually really good for my lower back.
Yeah, keep whining. And release. Give your legs a nice shaky. Open your feet wide as it is accessible to you. Push the booty back, bring your chest forward, and then just shake that thing, Miss. Shake that thing, Judy and Rebecca. And keep shaking, let it go. Imagine you have a ball of stress on top of your booty, and with each shake, fuck the stress, let's go. Oh, let's go. Yeah. And then you release. Slowly pick yourself up. One vertebra at a time. Congrats for doing something uncomfortable. Woo!
That felt good, but I apologize for everyone having to watch that.
They got a free show.
Honestly, if that didn't raise more money, I'm gonna be so upset.
Yeah, exactly, like y'all.
If you are watching this and you have not donated yet, you owe us each $5.
Exactly, I twerked like this booty. Let's go. Money, cash.
Well, this is mental health and horror.
Exactly. Let's freaking go.
Who could have guessed this where it would go?
First of all, thank you both so much for this. This was so good. Thank you for actually, I think, Doa, you might have helped my lower back a little bit. Taking that with me. But seriously, what a great way to end this. And I just want to thank everybody, both of you in particular, for taking the time to put this amazing conversation together. I think last I checked, we raised $680. So not to our goal, but that's okay, because that's a lot of money to help a really good cause. So I think we should all be really proud of that. And then again, thank you for everyone who's tuned in at some point. I think the Instagram stream got cut off, and for some reason, I think because it's so long, it would let me save it. So we'll try and like clip this into like smaller form content. But thanks everyone for taking a part of this, whether you joined the beginning, the middle, the end, you stayed the whole time, you presented. It means a lot to us. Doa and Brian, thank you so much for ending us on such a graceful and helpful exercise, and a reminder that mental health is, horror is mental health, and we can enjoy both of those things. So thank you both. Thanks to everyone who's presented today, and hope everyone has a great rest of their Saturday.
Thank you, Matt. You don't give yourself enough credit, but everybody should know how much freaking work you put into this, and you're incredible. Macabre.
Thank you.
You are, Matt. Like seriously, this is a lot of work. This is a lot of energy. This is so much that goes behind the scenes, y'all. Like we're really grateful for Matt. Thank you, Matt. Give him his flowers. Yay!
Thank you. Yeah, I'll hit it for myself for one time. I see it's the moment's gone. Once I'll be a ninja at this thing any day now. But seriously, thank you both for the mention, and thanks everyone for joining. And hopefully we'll be doing this again in another year. So adios.
We'll be there.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.